Chapter 91. A big client of Thousand Illusions Tower has arrived. After stroking the Crimson Thunder Sparrow, Zhou Yun sealed it away and put it in the warehouse as an item for the next auction. Having witnessed the unexpected event, Zhou Yun regained his focus. Whether it was the good fortune brought by the Crimson Thunder Sparrow or Zhou Yun's exceptionally good luck today, several impressive items appeared in succession. Congratulations, Master, on completing the 6-fold enhancement and obtaining the 4th-tier mid-grade 6th-level tempering spirit lotus. Congratulations, Master, on completing the 7-fold enhancement and obtaining a 5th-grade low-level origin spirit milk. Congratulations, Master, on completing the 9-fold enhancement and obtaining the 6th-grade mid-level bright moon essence dew. I checked the information and the results were all good. The one I was most satisfied with was the Bright Moon Dew, which is a mid-grade 6th-rank spiritual liquid. Picking up the 6th-turn refining spirit lotus, Zhou Yun said with regret, "Alas, you were born at the wrong time. Now there is no place for you in the Pengyun auction house. Go to the exchange tower and wait for your destined one." The spirit lotus seemed to sense something and swayed its lotus leaves. Zhou Yun patted it and threw it into the exchange tower. Ah, finally done. Zhou Yun stood up and stretched. He muttered to himself as he walked out. What is the Thousand Illusion Tower up to? Aren't they curious about the Pengyun Token? Seeing Zhou Yun strolling around, Zhiming flapped its beautiful wings and flew around him. Well done, thank you for your hard work. Seeing the vibrant spiritual plants in the space, Zhou Yun praised them. Yo-yo. Zhiming was even happier to receive Zhou Yun's affirmation. Looking around, Uncle Zhou and Zhiming had already reorganized the spiritual plants, whose levels had been raised after his enhancement, into new areas. Previously, the space mainly contained low-level spiritual plants of the 1st and 2nd tiers, but now there are quite a few of the 3rd-tier plants as well. Especially the blazing sun grass and moon spirit flowers on the left and right sides, reflecting each other under the crimson glow and moonlight, create a beautiful scene that is truly pleasing to the eye. That's probably Uncle Zhou's idea. Zhou Yun thought to himself. Both crimson flame grass and moon condensation flower have relatively simple effects and are not particularly outstanding. Their only advantage is their strong reproductive ability. He remembered that when he first gave them to Zhiming, there were only about 20 plants, but now they have grown to a considerable size. Touching the blazing sun grass and the moon spirit flower that exudes a cool moonlight, Zhou Yun whispered, "Grow up well, you are both potential stars." This isn't Zhou Yun trying to hype them up. After tens of thousands of years and several more enhancements, who can say they won't grow into the things he couldn't afford in the system shop back then? 9 Yong sword grass, 9 Yong resurrection grass, moon-shaped glass flowers, 1,000 illusory moon-shaped mirage flowers. These previously unattainable spiritual objects will eventually be born in his hands. Finally, Zhou Yun arrived in front of a 1-meter-tall ancient pine tree. Its branches, though not tall, gave people a sense of antiquity and heaviness. Reach out and touch the tree bark, which resembles dragon scales. Detailed information immediately appeared before my eyes. Item: 1000-year pine tree. Type: spiritual plant. Grade: Tier 4, superior. Efficacy: 1000-year pine cone can increase a cultivator's lifespan by 1,000 years. It also contains a large amount of wood chi. Details: 9 pine cones can be produced every 1,000 years, and it takes 3,000 years for them to bear fruit again. Pity. Zhou Yun sighed inwardly. He had obtained this 1000-year pine by strengthening it with the 100-year pine, but he hadn't been very lucky that day. He begged and pleaded with everyone he could, but all he got was a 4-fold increase in power. He still values the 100 longevity pine, especially after he strengthened the 100 longevity pine fruit and obtained the 1000 pattern longevity fruit. Unfortunately, I was really unlucky and only got a 4th grade superior 1000 longevity pine. As a tier 4 item, the next enhancement will require a cooldown period of 1,000 years. This is also why Zhou Yun plans to undergo another strengthening process. The waiting time has been too long. At this point, Zhou Yun had to consider the things he hadn't done back then. His gaze fell upon the weaver and the others fluttering in the distance, as well as Uncle Zhou, who had been by his side the whole time. Is it really a good idea to modify them in such a direct and brutal way as reinforcement? Moreover, the uncertainty is too high. Logically speaking, with my help, they have a good chance of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. It would be best to help them after they reach the limit of their race. Zhou Yun thought to himself. The main consideration was the need to enhance cooling. Nascent soul cultivators have a lifespan of about 3,000 to 5,000 years and can withstand much stress. Uncle Zhou. Zhou Yun shook his head. He didn't intend to use his enhanced abilities to change things. Or perhaps he's unwilling. Who knows what will happen in the end? What if the race changes? It's fine as it is now. I'll continue to cultivate myself gradually. Occasionally, if we obtain something that can improve spiritual root aptitude or awaken physique, we give it to Uncle Zhou to use, and his cultivation level will naturally improve. The main reason is that the space is getting bigger and bigger. Uncle Zhou's cultivation level is not high, and he cannot teleport to different places, making it inconvenient to manage the trivial matters within the space. While Zhou Yun was strolling around, the 1,000 Illusion Tower, which he had been longing for, finally arrived. Zhou Yun, completely unaware of this, was still enjoying the scenery by the lake. It wasn't until Uncle Zhou rushed over anxiously to remind him that he realized what had happened. Young Master, the 1,000 Illusions Pavilion has arrived. Uncle Zhou was well aware that his young master was paying close attention to the arrival of Qianhuan Tower, so he had been keeping a close eye on it. Upon suddenly noticing Qian Huanlu's arrival, he hurriedly ran over to warn them. Oh, has the big fish arrived? Zhou Yun's face lit up with joy. The randomness of the Pengyun tokens he released was too great. There are hardly any golden core cultivators, let alone other high-level cultivators. High-level cultivators often go into seclusion for decades or even centuries without ever emerging, making it indeed very difficult to obtain their Pengyun token. Today, Qian Huanlu can be considered a major client of Pengyun merchant ship. Okay, I got it. You go ahead and get busy. I'll take good care of them. Zhou Yun said softly, a strange smile playing on his lips. Yes, young master. Watching Uncle Zhou leave, Zhou Yun leaned against a large tree by the lake and slowly opened the back-end messages. I hope you won't disappoint me, and then I certainly won't disappoint you either. This is inherently a mutually beneficial process. The more and more valuable the items you trade, the more items he will put into the exchange tower, and the wider his range of choices will be. Tier 2 Jade Marrow Spirit Cake, Tier 200 Fruit Wine, Tier 1 5 Spice Spirit Broad Beans, Tier 2 Salt and Pepper Blood Dragon Tofu. Zhou Yun was completely baffled by all this. What are all these things? Zhou Yun looked up at the sky speechlessly, never expecting that the rude and cold woman from Qianhuan Tower was actually a little foodie. Whatever, you're not going to bring out all this worthless stuff anyway. Zhou Yun reinforced each of the snacks one by one. Congratulations, Master, on completing the triple enhancement and obtaining a Tier 3 mid-grade ice heart glazed cake. Congratulations, Master, on completing the Sevenfold enhancement and obtaining the 4th tier mid-grade 1,000 rainbow flowing elixir. Zhou Yun was speechless, amused by the sevenfold probability. The 7 times I'd been longing for actually appeared in this thing. Chapter 92. Continuous Harvest. Out of curiosity, I clicked on its information. Item: 1,000 rainbow lava. Type: Spirit Wine. Rank: Mid-grade, Tier 4. Efficacy: it can gently nourish the 5 elements of a cultivator's spiritual roots, regulate the spiritual energy conflicts caused by cultivation techniques or elixirs, and maintain the balance of yin and yang. Details: primarily uses 5 elemental spiritual fruits plus harmonizing auxiliary ingredients. Not bad. Zhou Yun's eyes lit up after reading the information. This spirit wine could actually nourish the 5 elements spiritual roots, which was quite an achievement. The 1,000 rainbow elixir was taken out, It was just a palm-sized jade gourd. After the stopper was removed, myriad rainbows shot into the sky, releasing a rich and intoxicating fruity aroma. Zhou Yun swallowed hard, his mouth watering. The taste was so tempting. Take out a teacup you usually use. As the spirit wine is poured in, the liquid displays a dazzling array of colors in the cup, and the aroma of the wine is distinct and layered, constantly filling your nose. Zhou Yun took a small sip, and the rich, sweet flavor brought a smile to his face. Ah! After savoring the moment for a long time, Zhou Yun let out a satisfied sound. Reluctantly, I put the cork back on. Let's give this to Uncle Zhou. It will be more useful to him. Previously, his concept of spirit wine was limited to the original owner's memories, or he only had some impression of low-grade fine wines. He hadn't expected that a mere fourth-grade spirit wine would have such remarkable effects and flavor. Hopefully, those foodies from Thousand Illusions Pavilion can bring out more fine wines. Zhou Yun began to look forward to it, constantly glancing at the items being traded in the Thousand Illusion Pavilion backstage. A moment later, his eyes flashed, and 3 containers appeared in front of him. These were the 3 different kinds of fine wine that Qian Huanlu had taken out. These spirit wines have also reached a much higher level, with a chance of being enhanced into even higher level spirit wines. Tsk tisk. Zhou Yun rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his anticipation. Now he didn't mind the high probability of it happening. He discovered that once a high multiplier burst occurs, even a second-tier ordinary spirit wine can be enhanced to have a powerful effect. A golden light flashed, and Xiaobai's notification sounded in my ear. Congratulations, Master, on completing the triple enhancement and obtaining the Tier 3 Supreme Jade Cloud Essence Wine. Congratulations, Master, on completing the double enhancement and obtaining the 3rd tier mid-grade Crimson Sun Dragon Bloodburn. Congratulations, Master, on completing the 5-fold enhancement and obtaining the 5th tier superior grade 3000 Mortal World Forget Worry Intoxication. The shipment has been completed. Zhou Yun was overjoyed. He had been disappointed after hearing the first 2 notification sounds. Unexpectedly, the surprise came at the end, and he was extremely lucky, as the last one happened to be the highest level, reaching the middle grade of the 4th rank. A 5th tier mid-grade, 3000 Worlds of Forget-Me-Not Intoxication. Zhou Yun picked up an oval-shaped black stone altar, but as soon as he got close, he felt a sudden, inexplicable daze. Wow, that's amazing. Through the bottle, one cannot smell a strong aroma of fermented rice wine. Or rather, this 3000 Worlds Forget Worries Intoxication does not have the flavor of ordinary fermented rice wine. It is even bland and tasteless. Zhou Yun curiously poured out a cup. It was colorless, odorless, and as clear as ordinary spring water. The wine in the glass reflected his face, which slowly faded and then suddenly shattered like a mirror, revealing countless cracks. This sight made Zhou Yun seem thoughtful. It's possible that Zhou Yun has absolute control over the space, so this wine wouldn't have much of an effect on him. As Zhou Yun watched the thick, murky vapor slowly rising around the glass, he frowned. He felt that the wine might not taste as wonderful as he had imagined. Puff! As soon as Zhou Yun put the wine in his mouth, he couldn't help but spit it out. It's so bitter. Zhou Yun was taken aback, as if he understood some of the effects of the wine, but it was not suitable for him. I clicked on the details. Item: 3000 Worlds of Forget-Me-Not Intoxication. Type: Spirit Wine. Grade: 5th tier, high grade. Efficacy: this wine does not enhance cultivation or sever karmic ties, but rather provides cultivators with an opportunity to temper their hearts in the mortal world. Experiencing the mundane world in a drunken dream allows one to see through illusions, let go, and ultimately break through inner attachments and demons, making one's Tao heart more resilient and flawless. Details: a powerful being gathers the wishes and karmic results of sentient beings amidst the chaos of the mortal world, and introduces dream petals and dew from the other side of the yellow springs. So it really isn't suitable for me. Does it stir up the deepest obsessions and desires within a cultivator's heart? Zhou Yun stared at the wine jar in his hand. This thing was undoubtedly excellent for cultivators, and even had a great effect on those who had reached the void refinement stage. We should give you some hope so that you'll be more willing to contribute. Zhou Yun threw it into the 5th floor of the exchange tower, and the 5th floor, which had been closed until now, quietly opened at this moment. Originally, this 5th-grade superior spirit wine was qualified to be auctioned, but Zhou Yun had no choice but to make this choice in order to attract Qianhuan Tower to offer more items. But he set an extremely high price, so he probably won't lose money. The background messages have stopped refreshing, which means the redemption for the 1,000 Illusions Tower has ended. Later, some pills, cultivation techniques, and weapons appeared, but they were all of relatively low level, so they didn't surprise Zhou Yun. These ordinary things can't be exchanged for the treasures inside my Pengyun merchant ship. Due to the large quantity, Qian Huanlu exchanged a total of 100 million Pengyun points, but this amount of Pengyun points was somewhat insufficient. However, Zhou Yun didn't pay much attention to it. He believed that once the other party entered the exchange tower and saw the items inside, they would take out their treasured possessions. That's what Zhou Yun was hoping for. Zhou Yun continued to strengthen himself, while on the other side, the nascent soul female cultivator from 1,000 Illusions Tower finally entered the exchange tower. After Qianhuan stepped into the exchange tower, she was only slightly stunned for a moment, as the layout of the interior space was beyond her expectations. However, I wasn't too shocked. This was exactly what I expected from Pengyun merchant ship. During this time, Qian Huanlu was making plans, and she herself was also preparing for this trip to Pengyun. Her goal was clear. She headed straight upwards. I only glanced at the floors I passed by, but I already had a general idea of what was going on. Upon reaching the 5th floor, enter through the green light gate. Qianhuan frowned. There were only a handful of items inside, just over a dozen. In the end, I still lifted my feet and walked forward. It doesn't matter if the quantity is small, as long as the quality is not a problem. They stopped in front of the first red orb of light, which contained a crimson longbow that exuded a powerful crimson aura even when enveloped by red bubbles. As she drew closer, one could even hear the roar of a dragon. Out of curiosity, I clicked on it, and a message immediately appeared before my eyes. Item: Crimson Abyss Dragon's Kiss. Type: Longbow. Rank: 5th tier superior acquired magic weapon. Effects: Crimson Abyss. No arrows are needed. A crimson flame arrow can be condensed to inflict poisonous fire damage on the target. Dragon's Kiss. The arrow carries a trace of the remnant soul of a dragon, which can automatically pursue the target within a certain distance, making it difficult to dodge. Enchantment. Can be used in conjunction with physical arrows for better results. Details: Forged from the spine of a 5th-tier crimson flame flood dragon and infused with the remnant soul of the original dragon, this bow retains the dragon's original ferocity. Pengyun points: 650 million. Cannot be redeemed. Chapter 93: Qianhuan's Shock. A hint of joy appeared in Qianhuan's eyes. The longbow was undoubtedly powerful, but in her excitement, she subconsciously ignored the price. As you continue walking forward, numerous treasures come into view. At that moment, she really wanted to take all of these things with her. This is the 3,000 worlds of mortal worlds forget-me-not intoxication. After seeing the information about the spirit wine in front of her, Qianhuan finally couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She never expected to encounter such a treasure on the Pengyun merchant ship, and the effects of this spiritual wine were extremely powerful. Qianhuan knew it the moment she saw it. This is what I want, and it's also a rare item that can help me break through to the void refinement stage. Spirit wine is already a rare item in the cultivation world, unlike pills and talismans which are common. The higher the grade, the rarer it is. Moreover, the items she took out to exchange show that she herself enjoys fine wine. Now, I have encountered a kind of spiritual wine that I have never seen or tasted before. Her craving for fine wine began to stir again. My throat bobbed involuntarily. But when she saw the last line of exchange prices, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. Qianhuan was stunned, or rather, shocked by the price. Can't afford it, Chen Huan murmured, somewhat lost and dejected. The eye-catching price of 2 billion Pengyun points deeply resonated with Chen Huan. It took Chen Huan a long time to recover, and she reluctantly took her first steps forward. After looking through all the items on the 5 floors, she stopped in front of the 3,000 worlds of forget-me-not intoxication. Other items can also help break through to the void refinement stage, but in her opinion, the most effective one is undoubtedly the spiritual wine in front of her. Chen Huan stared at the item in front of her for a long time, then made up her mind and turned around without hesitation, quickly walking outside. At that moment, the others inside the tower saw her descend. His expression held a hint of doubt. They all looked up wondering, is the 5th floor open yet? Curiosity was piqued, and they all headed upwards. Chen Huan returned to the reception area and stood before the jade tablet. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun also made some progress. Just as he was about to check the item information, a large number of items were being refreshed in the background, and their levels were not low. Zhou Yun paused for a moment, then realized what was happening. He chuckled and said, "Oh, so it's finally starting? It wasn't for nothing that I threw in so many treasured items." Ignoring the background updates, I started checking the item information. Item: Dragon Blood Body Tempering Fruit. Type: Spirit Fruit. Rank: Mid-grade, Tier 5. Effects: Cleanses marrow and blood, with a chance to obtain a trace of true dragon power. A top-grade body-forging medicine. Details: Born only once every 1,000 years in a land stained with dragon's blood. Item: 9 Netherworld Profound Fiend Scripture. Type: Cultivation Technique. Grade: Earth Level Top Grade. Effects: Upon reaching mastery, cultivators can obtain the Xian Sha spiritual body. Early cultivation is perilous, requiring the endurance of extreme Yin and Yin Sha Qi to cleanse the body, easily leading to complete failure and Qi deviation. Even later stages are unsafe, as one may easily lose their sanity. The only advantage is its immense power and rapid cultivation speed. Details: Those with weak willpower should not engage in cultivation. After reading the detailed information, Zhou Yun couldn't help but shake his head. It's not that these 2 items are bad, but they are too obscure to be suitable for auction. Body cultivation is rare in the cultivation world. Most cultivators use it as a supplementary method. The only true principle is to elevate one's own level of understanding. The second demonic technique has severe side effects, but it can cultivate a spiritual body, which will have some value, although it is also very unpopular. Well, Zhou Yun sighed and threw them into the 5th floor of the exchange tower to fill the 5th floor's capacity. At this moment, the people on the 5th floor were all shocked by the effect of the items in front of them. This really broadened their horizons. Although none of them could afford it, it was still good to learn about a treasure that only nascent soul cultivators could see. At this moment, 2 green streaks of light slid down from the sky and stopped in the 5th floor space. Is this restocking the 5th floor? I suppose so. The 5th floor just opened, so it will take some time to restock, right? I knew there couldn't be so few treasures in the 5-layered space. It turns out they're still being added slowly. The suspicions in these people's minds, however, saved Zhou Yun from having an excuse to explain. As long as the Pengyun merchant ship remains powerful and mysterious, no matter what outrageous things it does, other cultivators will explain it away. At this moment, Chen Huan hurriedly returned to the 5th floor. He ignored the stares of the crowd. Just as she was about to exchange for the 3,000 worlds of forget-me-not intoxication, her gaze, which had swept across the 5th floor, paused. The number of 5 floors has increased. After looking around for a moment, she immediately recognized the 2 extra items. Since there was no rush, she looked at the newly appeared item. Both items are treasures, but they are not suitable for her. Somewhat disappointed, Chen Huan was about to turn around. Exclamations of surprise rang out from the other cultivators around them. They're here, so many. Chen Huan looked up and was immediately shocked by the scene before her. Thousands of streams of light streaked across the sky like rainbows, with only a few green streaks remaining on the 5th floor, the majority merging into the space below. Is this adding items? Seeing this, Chen Huan wasn't in a hurry to exchange for the items. What if there were even better ones later? A moment later, the light dissipated. About 100 more items appeared on the 5th floor, but Chen Huan's gaze was fixed on the top. Without further hesitation, I headed towards the 6th floor. The other cultivators, still savoring the moment, noticed Chen Huan's actions and followed her forward. As expected, everyone was blocked by the 6-layered cyan light barrier. But everyone seemed to have anticipated this unexpected turn of events. Chen Huan returned to the 5th floor and examined all the newly appeared items. There were just too many items, making her dizzy and envious. These are all 5th-tier spiritual items. Starry Dao Pattern Fruit, 1000-patterned Meteorite Iron, Solar Essence Gold, Crimson Lotus Karmic Fire Seed. Chen Huan was completely frantic. She wanted it so badly. I really want to own all of these things. Moreover, she also saw several cultivation techniques and movement methods that were very suitable for their 1000 Illusion Pavilion. The Great Mirror Heart Sutra, the 9 transformations of the Mirage Dragon, refining the heart in the mortal world. After a thorough examination, Chen Huan felt that these techniques were perfectly suited to the core techniques of their Chen Huan Tower. To a certain extent, it is even a complement and derivative of their techniques, without any sense of incongruity. If Zhou Yun knew what Chen Huan was thinking at this moment, he would definitely laugh wildly. That's right. These techniques were originally enhanced versions of your 1000 Illusions Pavilion's low-level techniques. The principles are similar, but he has amplified them. We will then trade the items you exchanged back to you. Everyone felt it was a great deal, and together they created a better future. Chapter 94 Huge Gains. While Chen Huan was struggling with her dilemma, Zhou Yun was taking stock of the spoils. It has to be said that the items that Qian Huanlu brought out later were of good quality. After he enhanced them, we don't have to worry about auction items for a while. The large amount of items replenished to the 5th floor of the exchange tower also justifies opening the 5th floor. As Zhou Yun scrolled through the white robot's notifications, he couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, Master, on completing the Quadruple enhancement and obtaining the 5th grade Superior Spirit Wine, Sun and Moon Shining Together Brew. Congratulations, Master, on completing the Triple enhancement and obtaining the 6th grade Mid-level Bodhi Enlightenment Heart. Congratulations, Master, on completing the 8-fold enhancement and obtaining the 5th grade Superior Enlightenment Ancient Tree Tea. Congratulations, Master, on completing the double enhancement and obtaining a Tier 4 low-grade Mind Cleansing Tea. Congratulations, Master, on completing the 7-fold enhancement and obtaining the Heaven-level mid-grade cultivation technique, the Void and Formless Dream Butterfly Chapter. Congratulations, Master, on completing the Tenfold enhancement and obtaining the 8th grade mid-level Burning Heart Wutong Fruit. Ha ha ha. There were too many things for him to look at. In short, this was a very fruitful experience. Of course, what satisfied him most was not the innate spiritual treasure, but the 2 tea trees. The tea stock in the space was already low, and recently he had been paying extra attention to whether any cultivators would exchange for items like tea trees. Unexpectedly, Qian Huanlu sent him 2 top-grade 3rd-tier golden silk essence tea plants, which he then enhanced to obtain 2 highly effective tea trees. I'll never have to worry about not having tea to drink again. We need to let Jiming and the others take good care of them. Zhou Yun stood up with a smile on his face, found Uncle Zhou, and handed him some spiritual plants and 2 precious tea trees. Young Master, this is... Uncle Zhou took the tea tree, looked at the law patterns surrounding the tree trunk, and asked in shock. It's just an ordinary tea tree, don't worry about it, Zhou Yunfeng said casually, waving his hand. Yes, Uncle Zhou replied. Holding the tea tree carefully, I realized it was a rare and high-grade tea tree. In the cultivation world, high-grade tea trees are rare treasures. They are generally related to a cultivator's spiritual sense, spirit, and state of mind, and are not something that ordinary cultivators can obtain. Tell Jiming and the others to take good care of them. As Zhou Yun spoke, he seemed to remember something, took out the 1,000 rainbow elixir from the warehouse, and tossed it to Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou took it subconsciously and looked at Zhou Yun with a puzzled expression. It's just a little something. You can have a cup before you start your cultivation. It tastes pretty good. Zhou Yun didn't tell him what was inside the gourd, otherwise Uncle Zhou would keep making excuses after finding out. Before Uncle Zhou could ask any more questions, Zhou Yun turned and left. Just thinking about what's in the warehouse now, it's enough to hold an auction. Uncle Zhou, which dynasty is closest to us right now? Uncle Zhou was taken aback for a moment, then replied, it's the Zhou Yun dynasty. Then let's go after the Yun dynasty. Zhou Yun pondered. This was probably his last auction in the southern region. Aren't you going to the mysterious whale abyss anymore? Not for now, we'll go after the cloud-chasing trip. Yes, young master. After giving the instructions, Zhou Yun returned to his room. The initial decision to go to the mysterious whale abyss was to obtain auction items. But now, thanks to the 1,000 illusion tower, there's no need to rush. Moreover, as the items he auctioned became increasingly high-grade, the southern region was no longer suitable for holding the Pengyun auction. After this journey to chase the clouds comes to an end, it seems it's time to leave. After much internal struggle, Chen Huan finally chose the 5th-tier superior grade 3000 red dust forget worries intoxication and the earth grade mid-grade movement technique, Mirage Dragon 9 transformations. These 2 items cost her all her Pengyun points. She even brought out a 6th-tier rare and precious material left behind by her grandfather, the previous master of the 1,000 Illusions Pavilion. Otherwise, with the current financial resources of her 1,000 Illusions Pavilion, it would be impossible for her to exchange for what she wants. It's a damaged, top-grade 6th-tier natural treasure. If Zhou Yun knew what she was thinking, he would definitely correct her. That incomplete 6th order natural treasure has now been transformed into a mid-grade 8th order burning heart wutong fruit. Even if placed in front of Chen Huan, she wouldn't recognize her. If it were a perfectly intact 6th grade superior natural treasure, it wouldn't be worth only a few Pengyun points. Do I still need to hesitate about exchanging for 2 level 5 items? She can choose whatever she wants. Chen Huan glanced longingly at the green light cluster within the 5th floor space. She decisively activated the token and disappeared into the space, no longer wanting to be tempted by these little creatures swimming around. Back in the familiar training room, Chen Huan's gaze was momentarily dazed. With his mind still replaying the various rare treasures inside the Pengyun merchant ship, he immediately got up and walked outside. He instructed his servants to notify all the hall masters to convene a meeting immediately. Before long, 3 light screens lit up in a dimly lit conference room. Each of them contains a figure wearing a mask. Chen Huan sat in the head seat, glanced around at everyone, and began to state the purpose of the meeting directly. You are all veteran members of my 1,000 Illusions Pavilion. Our 1,000 Illusions Pavilion is about to change. The 3 of them looked at Chen Huan with confusion. Why would they want to change Chen Huan Tower when it was perfectly fine? Did something happen? Is it because of Pengyun merchant ship? At that moment, a melodious female voice, as sweet as a silver bell, rang out. Chen Huan looked in the direction of the speaker and thought, as expected, he is the head of the intelligence department of Chen Huan Tower. Chen Huan nodded, not hiding anything further. These people also knew about the cooperation between their 1,000 Illusions Pavilion and Pengyun merchant ship, and they also knew that the 1,000 Illusions Pavilion now possessed the Pengyun Token, which was causing quite a stir in the outside world. We, Qian Huanlu, are out of money. Chen Huan said helplessly. A short sentence, yet it contains untold bitterness. The 3 remained silent for a moment. Then they understood what Chen Huan meant. Pengyun merchant ship has many treasures, but their 1,000 illusion pavilion is very poor. Kill them until the world is turned upside down. A fierce voice rang out. Pan Ling from the intelligence department rolled her eyes, This brute's mind was far too simple. Now, their 1,000 illusion tower has only just emerged. If they expand their operations now, they may soon face suppression. What do you mean, OP? Pan Ling asked directly. Since Chen Huan convened the meeting, she must have a general idea in mind. Increase the commission rate for tasks, doubling the original price. The people below were somewhat surprised, but then they nodded in unison, and even a hint of joy flashed in Pan Ling's eyes. This greatly reduced the difficulty for them to gather intelligence. Chen Huan looked at everyone and said in a cold voice, "Our Chen Huan Tower is a useful tool. But in the past, we valued the lives of assassins too little, making us risk our lives for just a few dozen spirit stones. Then our lives are truly worthless." Chapter 95 Chasing Cloud City. Auction begins. Everyone nodded in agreement with Chen Huan's statement. The price of assassinations by 1,000 Illusion Tower was indeed too low, mainly because the assassin organization had been absent from the southern region for too long, and they were eager to make a name for themselves. Go ahead and increase the mission fee. As a sharp blade, we naturally deserve a high price. We are not something that just anyone can wield. The three bid farewell to Chen Huan, and the light screen dissipated. In the dimly lit conference room, only Chen Huan remained. Making money is so hard. A soft, cool voice echoed in the room. Time passed quietly, and news of Pengyun merchant ships also spread quietly from the southern region. However, in other places, it is currently spreading on a small scale, and it is mostly ridiculed in relation to the southern region. Compared to the remote southern region, other regions have much better cultivation resources, so they naturally wouldn't be bothered by mere items that help break through to the void refinement stage. However, at this time, the Pure Land School, one of the three major Buddhist schools in the western regions, was in operation. Inside a magnificent golden hall, a dignified giant monk sat cross-legged, dressed in a golden robe, radiating a radiant light. His round, full face always wore a compassionate smile. After hearing the strange events in the southern region reported by everyone, he remained silent for a long time. The gentle and soothing voice of the Buddha of Rebirth echoed throughout the main hall. Amitabha. They are all foolish children. Upon hearing the words of the Buddha of Rebirth, the crowd echoed in agreement. Yes, the barren lands of the southern region naturally need us to go and rescue the uncivilized cultivators. Amitabha. Only by introducing them to my Pure Land School can we help them understand the Great Way and reach the pure land of ultimate bliss. Buddha, I petition the mandala to go to the southern regions to spread the teachings of our Buddhism. The calm and solemn voice of the Buddha of Rebirth resounded. Yes. Amitabha. With compassion, may you be reborn in the Pure Land. As his words fell, the people in the hall shouted in unison, their voices filled with piety and fervor. Amitabha. May this life be dedicated to the pure land of ultimate bliss. These words seemed to possess a magical power. The golden light above the palace shimmered, and the Buddha of Rebirth above slowly closed his eyes. The compassionate smile on his face seemed to be frozen in time, and the golden light emanating from his body was even more dazzling, making him appear even more sacred and immortal, like a golden Buddha in the world. Because of the mysterious agreement made by the high and mighty cultivators in the central region, people from other regions dared not wantonly invade the southern region. Moreover, the southern region itself was too barren and far away, so it was not taken seriously by people from other regions. Now that this giant Buddha statue from the western regions has been brought here, I wonder if it's a good thing. Entering the pure land of ultimate bliss might also be a good option. Amitabha. Compassionate salvation leads to rebirth in the Pure Land. On this day, the Pengyun merchant ship finally arrived at the Zhou Yun dynasty. The moment it appeared, it attracted the attention of other cultivators, mainly because the Pengyun merchant ship was no secret in the southern region. As soon as it appeared in the sky above Zhou Yun city, it was recognized by the cultivators below. It's the Pengyun merchant ship, everyone look. With the shouts of the cultivators rising and falling, the news quickly spread throughout the entire imperial city. Ha ha ha. The happiest person was none other than Emperor Zhou Yun, who burst into unrestrained laughter right there in the main hall. The ministers below offered their congratulations, saying, "Your Majesty, may your fortune be as boundless as the heavens." After calming down, Emperor Yun frowned. At this moment, what he wanted to do most was to learn from King Tsongming how to close the teleportation array. But with the Pengyun merchant ship so popular, Wanbage probably wouldn't agree to such an unreasonable request. Well, Yun sighed and waved to the crowd. "Let's call it a day." After saying that, he left in a hurry, probably to prepare for the auction. The Pengyun merchant ship remained stationary above the Zhou Yun imperial city, giving Zhou Yun ample time for the news to spread. It wasn't until about 6 months later that almost all the cultivators who could come arrived. The Pengyun auction has finally reopened. On this day, the sky above the imperial city of chasing clouds was ablaze with rosy light, echoing the surging clouds. The deafening sound of drums resounded throughout the entire city. All the cultivators in the city were drawn to the commotion and looked toward the place where the strange phenomenon had appeared. Immediately, the crowd erupted in excitement, rushing towards the location of the Pengyun merchant ship. The Pengyun auction has begun. The news caused an instant sensation throughout the city. During this period, the Pengyun merchant ship was the focus of discussion among cultivators in the southern region, and it was even featured twice in the Wanbage's Starry Sky Mystery Report. Especially recently, many important figures have come to Zhou Yun City. Fortunately, everyone was there for the Pengyun auction, and Emperor Zhou Yun personally issued an order against causing trouble, which prevented major chaos. The cultivators, who were merely observing, were waiting for the auction to begin, as were the important figures. It's no wonder it's caused such a sensation. "Why are you all here?" Inside the Wanbao pavilion, an old man said with dissatisfaction. Luo Ingyue glanced at him calmly. "Of course, it's for the auction." The old man frowned and said, "So you're not going to take care of Wanbage, the place you work for? This is in the southern region. Who would dare to mess with Wanbage?" Luo Ingyue didn't want to pay any more attention to the old man and said softly, "All right, everyone's just here to watch the show. You don't really think you can snatch any items from the auction, do you?" The old man was taken aback, and looked up at the sky with a deep gaze. Another refined-looking middle-aged man smoothed things over, saying, "Old Liao, don't worry about it. Elder Shi is here, so what business is it of ours? Besides, there are quite a few powerful figures hiding in Zhou Yun City these days." Old Liao nodded. He knew very well that Luo Ingyue had gotten a great deal at the last Pengyun auction. "It seems I don't have that kind of luck." Beside them was a sweet-looking girl who kept smiling at everyone without saying a word. These 4 people are the 4 pavilion masters of the Southern Treasure Pavilion. The other 2 were quite polite, but only Luo Ingyue understood the old man's personality. He said casually, "Old Liao, the guests have arrived. Why don't you hurry up and bring up the best tea?" "You." Old Liao was furious. This woman is bullying him. It feels like she's just there to humiliate him. He remembered that not long ago, this woman had been showing off in front of him, and she was the first to report the news about Pengyun merchant ship. However, he received praise from Mr. Shi. If we consider who among those present is most likely to be transferred back to the central region, Luo Ingyue and Taixu undoubtedly have the greatest chances. Of course, Mu Yong doesn't count. He has powerful connections and is only here in the southern region to experience life. He will naturally return to the central region when his time comes. Well, old Liao sighed and ordered his servants to serve tea. Both of them were younger and more talented than him. Mu Yong even had a powerful backer. "I'm not going to fight anymore. Staying in the southern region to retire isn't a bad idea. At least I am among the top people in the southern region, and I am respected by others." Old Liao knew he was trapped. What cultivators feared most was losing their competitive spirit. But his heart was already trapped. Bang! The Pengyun auction is now beginning. Please enter in an orderly manner. Chapter 96. Big shots gather. The crowded people slowly made their way toward the Pengyun merchant ship. Although many of them had not participated in the Pengyun auction, they had learned about the Pengyun auction process in detail through Wanbei's information. This is a unique open-air auction, where the entire venue will be shrouded in mist to create an auction setting. However, this time they were wrong. At this moment, Zhiming had already transformed into human form, with magnificent 7-colored wings flapping behind her, standing at the bow of the Pengyun merchant ship. Above the Pengyun merchant ship, a huge gray light hole, more than 10 meters high, appeared, emitting a hazy glow. Fellow Taoists who wish to participate in the Pengyun auction, please enter from here. Zhiming's voice rang out, and everyone looked up in the direction he pointed, puzzled. Everyone was suspicious. What's going on? Why is it different from what I saw? Who knows? Everyone says that the Pengyun merchant ship is extraordinary, so it's normal that we can't figure it out. So what do we do now? Let's wait. There are so many big shots out there. It's not our turn to make the decision yet. Let's follow them. That gray light hole is probably some kind of teleportation array. As the crowd was discussing, 2 people stepped out from the crowd. Unexpectedly, this Pengyun auction is a bit different. I hope to have a good haul. The old man was none other than the elder of the Zhuge family, who had attended the auction last time. Hearing the elder's words, Zhuge Xiuming said helplessly, "Elder, aren't we looking for the Pengyun token? Is it really a good idea to come to the auction now?" Old Master Gong stroked his beard and gave him a sidelong glance. "I have done what I should do. The rest is up to fate. The future is unpredictable. In the end, it was only with the help of that brat Zhuge Zongyun's reminder and the power left by our ancestral teachings that I was able to calculate the location of my Zhuge family's fortune and obtain a clue." Zhuge Gong sighed. This was probably within our ancestors' expectations. "Elder, there is no need to worry. Our ancestor is far-sighted, and with the wisdom of the clan leader and your abilities, the Pengyun token will surely be awarded to our Zhuge family." Zhuge Xiuming comforted him, saying that he also knew how difficult it was to find the Pengyun token, and that the clan elders had spent over 1,000 years of their lifespan on it. Fortunately, the Zhuge family finally found a clue. This further proves the strangeness of Pengyun merchant ship and strengthens their suspicions. The Pengyun merchant ship is the opportunity recorded in the ancestral precepts of the Zhuge family, and the hope for the rise of the Zhuge family. Old Master Gong waved his hand and said, "Let's go in and take a look." The 2 figures disappeared from their original spot and reappeared in front of the teleportation portal. The old man nodded to Zhiming and stepped inside with Zhuge Xiuming. Seeing that someone had taken the lead and gone in, the crowd below finally started to move as well. Before they could even take off, several powerful auras suddenly emanated from around the Pengyun merchant ship, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, and many people even collapsed to the ground. Everyone looked up at the sky with fear on their faces. 7 or 8 figures stood in mid-air, emanating a powerful spiritual pressure that even solidified the surrounding void. The people in the sky were facing each other, and their positions indicated that they came from 4 different forces. Among them was an acquaintance of Zhou Yun's, none other than the king of Zongming. However, his condition was not good at this moment. His body was trembling slightly as he tried his best to resist the pressure that was pressing down on him. His face was gradually turning pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. King Zongming stubbornly raised his proud head, wanting to look the other 3 at eye level. Snort. One of the old men snorted coldly. He disliked the other man's gaze. Puff. King Zongming coughed up a mouthful of blood and his body slumped weakly toward the ground. King Zongming, who had fallen in the crowd, hung his head, clenched his fists tightly, and looked humiliated. Refining the void, refining the void. At this moment, his mind was in a frenzy. This moment also made him realize once again that as long as he did not advance to the void refinement stage, the Zongming dynasty would never be looked up to by the three great dynasties. He, the king of Zongming, was nothing more than a dog that could be trampled underfoot at will by the other party. The guards who followed behind him came over, but dared not touch the Zongming king at this moment. They had no choice but to surround him to prevent the surrounding crowd from laughing at him. Upon witnessing this scene, all the cultivators present fell silent, lowering their heads and daring not to look around carelessly. Moreover, they realized that since their strength was insufficient, they should wait for the big shots to advance first, to avoid accidentally blocking that big shot's path and getting slapped to death. It's been a long time since the three of you met. It seems your cultivation has improved again. Ha ha ha. A voice came from afar. The three people in the standoff looked up and immediately withdrew their imposing aura, revealing fawning smiles on their faces. The newcomers were none other than the people from Wanbage, led by Elder Shi of Wanbage. The law of the jungle in the cultivation world was vividly demonstrated at this moment, where a higher cultivation level could crush a person. I've met you, Senior Shi. The three bowed respectfully. Even though they were all ancestors of the three great dynasties of the southern region, they had to show respect when facing a nascent soul expert. No need for formalities. Let's go in together. Old Master Shi waved his hand, seemingly polite but not even glancing at them, and led the people behind him toward the teleportation gate. Just as he entered, he seemed to sense something and glanced back. Above the imperial city of chasing clouds, golden rays of light filled the sky, accompanied by a solemn Buddhist chant that seemed to cleanse the soul. I could vaguely see golden Buddha shadows and golden lotuses appearing. Before he could get a good look at him, his figure had already disappeared into the teleportation array. At this moment, the cultivators present also noticed the Buddhist chants lingering in their ears. An inexplicable longing arose from the bottom of their hearts, and they looked with fascination at the Buddha figure that appeared in the distance. Thump! A deafening drumbeat echoed from inside the Pengyun merchant ship. The cultivators present were all jolted awake, their expressions a mix of disorientation and lingering fear. They're so unlucky. They just came to watch the fun. What did they do to deserve so many dangerous things? The golden Buddha image dissipated, revealing the figure of a slightly plump monk with kind eyes. The visitor was none other than the mandala master of the Pure Land School. Tanqing glanced at the Pengyun merchant ship from afar, then appeared beside Jiming. Amitba. With a smile, she nodded to Jiming and stepped into the teleportation array. At this moment, the three imperial ancestors in the air no longer dared to display their arrogance. There were too many big shots here this time. They exchanged glances and hurriedly stepped into the Pengyun merchant ship. His back view, however, looked somewhat disheveled. With the powerful figures gone, the cultivators were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Holy crap! That scared me to death. Who was that person just now? I felt like I couldn't control myself and wanted to worship him. They must be from the Western regions. The Western regions are a Buddhist country, and only there can powerful Buddhist cultivators emerge. Many big shots have come to this Pengyun auction. Even the ancestors of the three great dynasties have come in person. Look, a beautiful woman. Chapter 97: The Arrival of Mahayana Cultivators. Amid the commotion, a gasp caught everyone's attention. They all looked up. What came into view was a dazzling crimson light. A fiery red phoenix with a wingspan of more than 10 zhong soared through the air, its tail feathers hanging down in crimson hues, each feather emitting a blazing fire. On its back stood two figures, one red and one green. Yo! With a flap of its wings, it appeared beside the Pengyun merchant ship, then shrunk into a small, fiery red bird the size of a fist, and quietly perched on the shoulder of the woman in the red dress. The woman possessed an ethereal and aloof air, and her gaze, as she looked at the Pengyun merchant ship, carried a complex mix of emotions. Goddess, there's no need to overthink it. At that moment, a gentle and soothing voice sounded in her ear. Understood, Aunt Qing. Upon hearing this, the young woman in green smiled faintly, her gaze towards the woman filled with tenderness and pity. Let's go. The scene remained silent for a long time until the two disappeared from sight. If they weren't mistaken, that bird must have been a phoenix. They couldn't even imagine someone who could ride a phoenix. At least such a force will not emerge in the southern region. Even before the Pengyun auction officially began, it had already brought them a great deal of shock. After a moment of silence, everyone hurried toward the Pengyun merchant ship. There were nascent soul and deity transformation cultivators soaring through the air, golden core and foundation establishment cultivators wielding swords, and chi refining cultivators following behind them. The scene was chaotic yet orderly, which seemed incredibly bizarre. Having been intimidated by numerous powerful figures, none of them had any intention of showing off their weak cultivation. In front of the big shots, they are nothing but weaklings with no power to resist. However, there are still some cultivators present who cannot control their swords. Flying on a sword is a precious technique even among low-level rogue cultivators. It requires a cultivation level of the 4th stage of chi refining, and also costs a considerable amount of spirit stones to purchase. At this moment, their cries for help could be heard from the scene. They also wanted to board the Pengyun merchant ship to see what was going on. Is there anyone skilled enough to help me out? Please help me out. Please take me with you. Please take me with you. 1 low-grade spirit stone, please give me a ride. Brother, brother. Sister, sister. It has to be said that sometimes, as long as you lower your stance a bit, the big shots are still very willing to mentor you. This, to some extent, is an acknowledgement of their abilities and satisfies their sense of superiority. At this moment, Zhou Yun was sitting upright in his private room, his gaze sweeping over the guests who were entering one after another below. A look of surprise flashed across his face. He hadn't expected so many high-level cultivators to attend this auction. This must be a gathering of high-level cultivators from the entire southern region. The vast space on the first floor of the auction house was gradually becoming crowded with people. Everyone looked around and realized that the Pengyun auction house was indeed as magical as rumored. It really couldn't make out other people's faces. However, many cultivators looked dissatisfied, especially those in the golden core and nascent soul stages. They began to complain. This Pengyun auction is really looking down on people. I'm a golden core cultivator and I don't even have a seat. They've attended countless auctions. When have they ever been treated like this? Someone nearby reminded him. Stop talking. Think about it. Isn't the nascent soul cultivator standing with us too? What on earth is this Pengyun auction house up to? I'm a nascent soul cultivator. Someone noticed just now that only those with the refinement of void cultivation level are qualified to enter the 2nd floor. Impossible. So you mean even a nascent soul cultivator can only stand with us in the hall? Aha. The man didn't speak, but his tone carried a distinct meaning. Everyone suddenly realized that if the nascent soul stage cultivators were treated the same as them, they would feel much more at ease. Some people even looked around at the figures with a mocking gaze, never expecting that the once high and mighty nascent soul cultivators could now only stand below them. Among the crowd, the one who suffered the most was none other than King Tsongming. Although the other cultivators didn't recognize him because of the protection of Pengyun auction house, he still felt uncomfortable feeling the gazes of others sweeping over him. His already ashen face looked even worse. Recalling the humiliation of being suppressed by the 3 major dynasties and the awkward situation he was in now, a feeling of resentment welled up in his heart. Puff. Finally unable to bear it any longer, he spat out a mouthful of blood. King Tsongming stared blankly upwards, his gaze somewhat unfocused. He was the king of the Tsongming dynasty. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Is it just because I'm not a void refiner? In fact, it wasn't just the cultivators in the main hall who had many complaints about the Pengyun auction house. The cultivators on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors were also puzzled. Was the Pengyun auction house doing this because the upper floors were reserved for immortals? Some people looked on with a hint of sneer. The Pengyun auction house did have some strength, but it was a bit too arrogant. It seems that this trip to the southern region has yielded unexpected gains. The Mandala master became more interested in the Pengyun auction. He then looked down at the crowd with pity. These are all pitiful people waiting to be reborn in the Pure Land School and saved. I believe that under the guidance of the Buddha, they will surely see through the illusions of the mortal world and go to the beautiful Pure Land. Amitabha. Meanwhile, Zhuge Jia, sitting in his room on the 3rd floor, curiously examined the room's layout. It's too ordinary. Elder, this Pengyun auction is a little different from what I expected. Zhuge Xiuming said with a hint of surprise. Well, it's possible that Pengyun auction house doesn't care about external appearances. The items being auctioned are what they focus on, Old Gong said leisurely, stroking his beard. The Pengyun merchant ship has now been seen by the Zhuge family as their hope for a rise, and they imbue even the most ordinary things with a special meaning. This is exactly what Zhou Yun had thought. As long as Pengyun merchant ship can continue to produce rare and precious natural treasures and remain mysterious and powerful, other cultivators will explain the external aspects, such as decorations, to the Pengyun merchant ship. Zhuge Xiuming nodded in agreement. He didn't complain about being confined to the 3rd floor. Instead, he was filled with excitement. Only those with the combined cultivation level of clan elders are qualified to go up to the 3rd floor. This shows that Pengyun merchant ship is far more complex than it appears at present, and they have yet to fully grasp its true potential. When I came in, I saw that the entire attic had 7 floors. So, what level of cultivation is required to enter the upper realms? The top level, perhaps, is prepared for beings above the level of immortals. Are there beings above immortals in the Xian Tian cultivation world? Zhuge Xiuming couldn't understand, so he turned to Elder Gong and asked, Elder, will anyone above the integration realm be attending this auction? Upon hearing his words, Elder Gong frowned. Although he highly values Pengyun merchant ship, given its current reputation, it is unlikely to attract the attention of those above the integration realm. He shook his head and said, No. Then you've guessed wrong, old man. Yes, there was a cultivator above the integration realm who happened to arrive. It also possesses formidable strength in the late Mahayana stage. Chapter 98 The 1,000-patterned longevity fruit, granting 3,000 years of life. On the 4th floor of the Pengyun auction house, a woman in red and a young woman in blue were sitting in a room. The young woman in green was the only Mahayana cultivator present, and she had even reached the late Mahayana stage. Her name is Qingwan, and she comes from Chihuang Valley, one of the 3 hidden forces in the central region. Pengyun auction? That's certainly no ordinary event, Qingwan said with a gentle smile and an elegant tone. Previously, everything about the Pengyun merchant ship was learned from his own goddess. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he found that the Pengyun merchant ship was even more extraordinary. Seeing the bewilderment in the woman's eyes, Qingwan put her arm around her shoulder. Goddess, your spirit is currently weakened. You must not further damage your mind. The soothing voice entered the woman in red's ears, calming her inner sorrow. This trip to the southern region is specifically to sever your inner obsessions and prepare you for your upcoming tribulation of becoming a nascent soul cultivator. The woman in red snapped out of her thoughts and sensed the concern in Qingwan's tone. She nodded. Ruyan understands Aunt Qing. Having experienced many things, her temperament is naturally different from when she first entered the world of cultivation. What she was doing just now was merely a reaction to the scene. Now, returning to the southern region, I can finally put an end to the regrets in my heart. After that, I probably won't come back. And the first step in her regretful journey was the Pengyun auction. Lu Ruyan looked down at the beautiful woman walking out of the auction stage. Had they even changed the auctioneer? He was no longer that languid young man. With the appearance of Yu Tong, the scene quieted down, and everyone turned their attention to her. Yu Tong smiled sweetly at everyone. Fellow Taoists, welcome to the Pengyun auction. The auction is now officially open. This is our first item. With a wave of his arm, a fist-sized, dark green pine cone appeared above the auction platform, its surface covered with overlapping 5-pointed star patterns. A dazzling green light instantly spread throughout the area, and everyone felt a strong vitality emanating from it. I immediately felt my whole body enveloped in a vibrant energy, and my whole body felt warm and cozy. It feels so good, my whole body feels so much younger. Absorb it quickly, this is a golden opportunity. I've long heard that Pengyun auction house is very generous, and it's just as rumored. There's an old man over there whose hair has turned black, and he even has the chance to establish his foundation again. Everyone sat cross-legged, adopting various postures, trying their best to absorb the life essence permeating the air. Of course, the spiritual energy emanating from these rare and precious materials also has an effect on low-level cultivators. The high-level cultivators all turn their attention to the auction stage. They may not recognize this thing, but judging from the current commotion, they can tell that it must contain a great deal of life force. Moreover, it far exceeded their expectations. Even a slight wisp of aura could affect many cultivators. Facing the intense gazes of the crowd, Yutong traced the 1,000-patterned longevity fruit in front of her with her fingertips. He introduced in a gentle tone, the 5th-grade top-quality 1,000-patterned longevity fruit has only one function, which is to increase the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator by 3,000 years. Wow! A murmur rippled through the room, and the gazes toward the 1,000-patterned longevity fruit grew even more intense. 3,000 years of lifespan, what does that mean? The lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is only 3,000 to 5,000 years, and 5,000 is only the theoretical limit of the nascent soul stage, which virtually no cultivator can reach. During the long process of cultivation, cultivators inevitably suffer injuries or face resource constraints, making it difficult to reach perfection in every realm. 4,000 years is roughly the average lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator. Now, a spiritual fruit has appeared that can double a cultivator's lifespan, something they've never even seen before. Even Qing Wan on the 4th floor showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. With her strength, she had seen quite a few life-extending elixirs, but she had never seen one that could extend lifespan by 3,000 years at only the 5th rank. This 1,000-patterned longevity fruit has already achieved the ultimate in prolonging life. Unfortunately, the level is a bit low. It seems that it can only exert its greatest effect when taken at the nascent soul stage. Such restrictions were not something Qing Wan alone had thought of. Any rare and precious material would have limitations on its use, otherwise there would be no need to classify them into different levels. Her jade-like eyes darted around, taking in everyone's reactions. As if responding to everyone's speculation, he continued, it can only achieve its strongest effect on nascent soul cultivators. Of course, it is also possible for integration cultivators to use it, but at most it can only exert 30% of its effect. Even 30% is quite good. That's almost 1,000 years of lifespan. This final introduction actually piqued the interest of some indifferent nascent soul cultivators. No cultivator would complain about having too much lifespan. Zhuge Xiuming in particular said excitedly, Elder, this 1,000-patterned longevity fruit can just make up for the lifespan you have lost. Indeed, this Pengyun merchant ship is truly a stroke of luck for my Zhuge family, to be able to encounter such a divine object. With a smile on his face, Elder Gong looked at the 1,000-patterned longevity fruit on the auction stage and nodded in satisfaction. They already consider it theirs for the taking. 5th-grade top-quality 1,000-patterned longevity fruit, starting price 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Auction begins. Bang! As the auction gavel fell, many people who were able to bid began to speak up. Even knowing that it's impossible to get the item in the end, I still want to experience the atmosphere of the event. 110,000. 120,000. 130,000. However, Wang Hao, UK, and others in the crowd who had participated in Pengyun auctions were shocked by the starting prices of the items. Wang Hao shook his chubby head. The Pengyun auction is getting more and more high-end. Now they're using top-grade spirit stones for bidding. TSK Tisk. Thinking back to when he inquired about the auction information from Zhou Yun, the other party said that his amount of Pengyun points was not enough, but that was just a euphemism. This isn't just not good enough. It's so bad that even if you threw it in, it wouldn't make a splash. Let's just watch the show. This is the correct way to use the Pengyun Token. Many cultivators who entered through the Pengyun Token were also shocked by the Pengyun auction. Apart from Wang Hao and his group, most holders of Pengyun tokens were unfamiliar with the Pengyun auction house. Their most familiar aspect of the Pengyun merchant ship was the exchange tower. I thought the many treasures in the exchange tower were already very valuable, but I didn't expect that the truly valuable items from the Pengyun merchant ship were not included in the exchange tower at all. Only at the Pengyun auction can one truly appreciate the profound heritage of Pengyun merchant ships. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. The price is rising faster, which suggests that the bidders have changed. Everyone knows that the current price is far from enough to justify the sale price of the 1,000-patterned longevity fruit. 3,000 years. This number alone determines its extraordinary nature. Chapter 99: The Zhuge family's perseverance. The door to the top floor room of the auction house was pushed open. It was Uncle Zhou who came in, having finished his work. There were quite a few cultivators attending this auction. Almost everyone on the Pengyun merchant ship was present, and Uncle Zhou had a lot to arrange. Zhou Yun originally wanted to go down and help, but they shook their heads and refused. Their reasoning was quite simple. How could the host be expected to handle such a crucial task as entertaining guests? Uncle Zhou walked to Zhou Yun's side, looked up and glanced outside a few times, and the smile on his wrinkled face became even brighter. Young master, quite a few important figures have come to this auction. Yes, but Pengyun auction will not disappoint them. Zhou Yun said confidently, glancing at Uncle Zhou beside him, and said softly, "Sit down, there are no outsiders here." Yes. Uncle Zhou sat down below Zhou Yun, took out a familiar stone jar, and spoke while busy with his work. Just now, this old servant even sensed the arrival of a Mahayana female cultivator, which startled me quite a bit. As Uncle Zhou said this, an embarrassed smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Hearing Uncle Zhou's words, Zhou Yun chuckled and said, "Yes, I didn't expect a Mahayana cultivator to come from the southern region. It must have been an accident." It's understandable that someone who is already considered one of the top experts in the Xian cultivation world would be shocked upon first encountering such a powerful figure. Since Uncle Zhou has partial management rights over the Pengyun merchant ship, he is probably the only person besides him who can sense the other party's cultivation level. So Zhou Yun didn't seem to care about Uncle Zhou's embarrassment. Zhou Yun's calm tone made Uncle Zhou feel even more guilty. "I feel that I am still too ignorant and have embarrassed Pengyun merchant ship." The competition for the 1,000-patterned longevity fruit outside was becoming increasingly fierce. Zhou Yun watched this scene with a faint smile on his face and great interest. Suddenly, a captivating aroma of wine wafted to my nose, rich and sweet. Looking to the side, Zhou Shu had already handed the wine glass to Zhou Yun. Looking at the wine shimmering with a rosy glow, Zhou Yun thought of its wonderful taste and couldn't help but swallow. "You can drink it yourself. It will be good for your cultivation." Zhou Yun feigned reluctance, but his gaze never left the wine glass. This is the 1,000 rainbow elixir that Zhou Yun gave to Uncle Zhou last time. It has a powerful nourishing effect on the 5 elements spiritual roots and is very suitable for Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou shook his head and sighed. "I have failed to live up to the young master's expectations. My spiritual root has reached the limit of the middle grade perfection." Zhou Yun was taken aback, then realized what was happening. Spiritual roots are the foundation of cultivation, determined by destiny, and are not so easy to break through. Picking up the 1,000 rainbows wine, Zhou Yun savored it carefully. The rich fruity aroma was indeed incomparable to the red dust forget your worries intoxication. While drinking, he comforted Uncle Zhou with words. "Don't worry about it. This wine is of a lower grade, but it's already excellent that it can raise your spiritual root to the mid-grade limit." Yes. Uncle Zhou didn't really care about his cultivation level. He was already very satisfied to be able to accompany his young master on his adventures in the cultivation world. Moreover, this spiritual wine was of great help to him, enhancing his spiritual root and pushing his cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment. I imagine I'll be able to condense my golden core soon. Then I can do more for the young master. He didn't know the name of this spirit wine, nor had he asked his young master, but it was the best wine he had ever tasted. This must be very precious to the young master. Uncle Zhou, with a smile on his face, watched the lively auction below and continued to pour wine for Zhou Yun. At this time, the price of the 1,000-patterned longevity fruit had reached 10 million high-grade spirit stones. This price is not something a nascent soul cultivator can afford. Even for a void refinement cultivator, it is a huge expense. Damn it. It's so frustrating. This thing should definitely belong to us nascent soul cultivators. These void refinement cultivators are truly shameless. They've come to steal our opportunity. Perhaps due to Pengyun auction house's protection of privacy, some unwilling nascent soul cultivators spoke with unbridled abandon. Of course, the voice was still relatively low, and I was somewhat hesitant. Some of the monks glanced at the complaints of others with a hint of disdain. Faced with such an opportunity, who would give you face? Items at auctions are always sold at the highest price, but they don't belong to you nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, although this 1,000-patterned longevity fruit is only a 5th-grade heavenly treasure, its effect is such that even a cultivator at the fusion stage can have their lifespan increased by 1,000 years. After they achieve the void refinement realm, they gain an additional 2,000 years of lifespan. That's not unreasonable, is it? 15 million. 16 million. 17 million. 20 million. When the price of 20 million was announced, there was a noticeable pause in the bidding. Everyone was bidding 1 million high-grade spirit stones, when suddenly someone appeared and bid 3 million high-grade spirit stones. A thought simultaneously crossed everyone's mind. They've come with ill intentions. However, they're not going to be deterred by a mere 20 million high-grade spirit stones. After a moment of silence, the price increases became even more frantic. 21 million. 22 million. 23 million. 30 million. Another bucket of cold water was poured over them, and many cultivators looked unwillingly at the 1,000-patterned longevity fruit shimmering with dark green light on the auction stage. With a determined heart, he gritted his teeth and continued to raise the price. If you want to drive them away, you also need to make sure you don't get it so easily. 31 million. 32 million. 33 million. 40 million. The entire place fell silent. The onlookers, who had long since finished their cultivation, were now staring in astonishment, their mouths agape. They really learned a lot from attending the Pengyun auction this time. Most of the people present probably had never attended a proper auction before. In the past, public auctions were not open to just anyone. The threshold for participation was extremely high, unlike Pengyun auction, which was very generous. Even though they had never attended an auction before, they understood that this Pengyun auction was undoubtedly top-notch. Moreover, this 1,000-patterned longevity fruit was the first item auctioned at the Pengyun auction house. I can't even imagine what other treasures will appear later. In a room on the 3rd floor, Zhuge Xiuming finally relaxed after seeing that no one was raising the price any further. This 1,000-patterned longevity fruit is of utmost importance to the Zhuge family at present. The clan elder is now the pillar of the Zhuge family, but he suffered a backlash and lost 1,000 years of lifespan because of the news of the Pengyun Order. This 1,000-patterned longevity fruit can be used to make up for the loss of lifespan of the clan elders. Don't worry about it. Old Master Gong stood by and said words of comfort to him. Zhuge Xiuming did not relax because of the elder's words. The elder's tone was indifferent, but he knew that the elder still wanted to obtain the 1,000-patterned longevity fruit. In this way, he can support the entire Zhuge family for another 1,000 years. Chapter 100 Crimson Thunderbird. TSK Tisk. Zhou Yun was also somewhat surprised when he heard the auction price. The price of a mere 5th-grade 1,000-patterned longevity fruit already exceeds that of the void-breaking profound tower that was auctioned previously. It seems that longevity elixirs or pills, regardless of their grade, have a fatal attraction for cultivators. However, when the price of 40 million high-grade spirit stones was announced, Zhou Yun could see some hesitation in the expressions of some nascent soul cultivators. If nothing unexpected happens, this price is probably the limit. However, accidents are things that happen unexpectedly. Suddenly, a bidding sound rang out from below. 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Wow! The entire audience was shocked. No one could have predicted such a sudden increase of 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Elder. Zhuge Xiuming's face was full of resentment when he heard the bidding price of 50 million high-grade spirit stones. He especially hoped to obtain the 1,000-patterned longevity fruit, wanting to make amends to the ancestor who had wholeheartedly protected the family and supported its inheritance. In fact, in order to find the Pengyun Token, he was willing to sacrifice his own 1,000-year lifespan in order to find that sliver of hope for the rise of his family. Cough, cough. Old Master Gong clutched his chest and coughed a few times. With a smile on his aged face, he looked up at Zhuge Xiuming. She gently comforted him. It's all right, you won't lack a little more lifespan. Zhuge Xiuming clenched his fists tightly. A cultivator at the integration realm has a lifespan of nearly 100,000 years, and he doesn't really care about this lifespan until his time is up. But this 1,000-patterned longevity fruit is not just about replenishing lifespan. It can also restore the vitality lost by the clan elders. It is also a way for the Zhuge family to repay and show their attitude towards the clan elders who have always contributed to the family. Shall we try again? Good. In fact, both of them knew that the chances were slim. But Master Gong also knew that if he didn't try his best, the child would probably feel guilty. 51 million. 60 million. The other party's price increase was as aggressive as ever, and Zhuge Xiuming was discouraged, losing all his usual energy and spirit. I had suspected before that the other party was not simple. After all, they could arbitrarily add 10 million high-grade spirit stones to the price. But I still held on to a sliver of hope. At this moment, not only the Zhuge family was speculating, but also some astute people in the auction house turned their attention to the 4th floor of the auction house. That floor they never thought would be occupied. Zhou Yun also looked over. This was the first time he had seriously examined the cultivator sitting on the 4th floor. His gaze paused for a moment as it swept over the young woman in red. Wow, a golden phoenix. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhou Yun's face. It was the first time he had ever seen a cultivator's soul transform into a golden phoenix. Interesting. Seeing this, Zhou Yun was certain that the other party's identity was not simple. However, the golden phoenix's divine soul seemed to have encountered some problems, appearing somewhat illusory and not very solid. Moreover, wisps of golden flame were slowly dissipating, but they were sealed by powerful cultivators using great supernatural means, so the rate of dissipation was almost negligible. If Zhou Yun hadn't had absolute control over Pengyun merchant ships, he probably wouldn't have discovered it. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yun understood the other party's purpose in doing so. Reconstruction of the nascent soul stage? That's somewhat possible, but given the current problems facing his soul, breaking through to the nascent soul stage will be very difficult. Zhou Yun shook his head. The auction of the 1,000-patterned longevity fruit has ended, with a final transaction price of 60 million high-grade spirit stones. The onlookers, having had their fill of gossip, began to discuss it amongst themselves. So this is the Pengyun auction house? I've learned something new. Yes, I wonder what the legendary Pengyun Token is all about. I don't know, there's no news yet. Of course not, who would announce it loudly if they got it? It must be quite extraordinary. I also want a Pengyun Token. However, as the conversation went on, the topic veered off course, and when Wang Hao and the others in the crowd heard the words, Pengyun Order, they instinctively shrank back. Others may not know, but they are well aware that compared to the Pengyun auction, the Pengyun Token is the real opportunity for other cultivators. The items auctioned at the auction house are nowhere near the opportunities available to minor cultivators like them. But as long as one obtains the Pengyun Token, any cultivator can soar to great heights. Nowadays, which cultivator in the southern region doesn't want the Pengyun Token? Even the Wanbao Pavilion is searching for it. However, there is currently no information about the Pengyun Order circulating. People's understanding of the Pengyun Token is still limited to the story of the three great dynasties collectively hunting down Foundation establishment cultivators, and the Pengyun Token being obtained by nascent soul cultivators and escaping. However, the chatter of the crowd aroused the interest of the outsiders. The Pengyun Token? I've heard of it, but there's been so little information about it that I almost forgot. Master Tanqing narrowed his eyes, a few thoughts forming in his mind. At this moment, on the auction stage, Yutong looked at everyone and took out the second item for auction. The purple lightning attracted everyone's attention, and they all stopped talking and looked at the items on the auction stage. It was a small bird with its head curled up, its feathers bristling, and its body crackling with purple lightning. Chirp, chirp. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it sounded somewhat pitiful. The little head under its wings kept turning, as if searching for someone. Chirp, chirp. After failing to see the familiar figure from his mind, his cries grew more urgent, and the lightning surrounding him became increasingly violent. What is this? It looks like a monster. Its level should be quite high, but I wonder what grade of monster it is. Since Pengyun Auction House has brought it out, it must be at least a 5th-tier item, or even a 6th-tier item. 6th rank. Does that mean they'll have the strength of a void refinement cultivator once they grow up? If it really is a 6th-tier demon beast, then the three great dynasties will probably go crazy fighting over it. Who can argue with that? A refinement void cultivator. In the current dynasty there is only one refinement void cultivator in charge. What the general public could guess was something the three great dynasties naturally had their own guesses as well, and their eyes all turned to the auction stage. We were just waiting for the auctioneer to begin. If this monster is truly of the 6th rank, then they will have to risk everything to fight for it. A void refinement cultivator is someone who can influence the Gaju, a term referring to the overall situation or structure of the southern region. If one's own dynasty gains a demon beast comparable to a void refinement cultivator, unifying the entire southern region will no longer be a dream. Under the watchful eyes of many, the little thunderbird gradually became agitated. Suddenly, purple lightning enveloped his body, as he tried to escape this place. Smack! However, just as it transformed into lightning, it was slapped down by Yutong. Good boy/girl. Yutong stroked its head with her palm, gently soothing it. It really liked the little guy, but unfortunately its owner didn't want to keep it. Zhou Yun observed all of the Crimson Thunderbird's reactions. He tilted his head back and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. He didn't have any other intention in bringing out the Crimson Thunderbird for auction. He just felt that the Pengyun auction house had never auctioned any demonic or spirit beasts before. Seeing Zhou Yun's frustrated and conflicted expression. As Uncle Zhou poured the wine, he said softly, "Young master, why don't we leave it here?" Chapter 101 Innate Divine Phoenix Tao Body. This little guy is quite cute. Uncle Zhou joked, his gaze falling on the trembling Crimson Thunderbird below. As if guessing the reason for Zhou Yun's hesitation, he said firmly, "Young master, you don't need to worry about what other cultivators think of Pengyun merchant ship. Besides, it's just a little bird. Are you afraid that Pengyun merchant ship can't afford to raise it?" Upon hearing Uncle Zhou's words, Zhou Yun was taken aback, and then a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. Yes, when has Pengyun merchant ship ever needed to care about what others think? Just do what you think is right, Zhou Yun thought to himself. And below, Yutong began her introduction. Crimson Thunderbird, rank 6. But before he could finish speaking, Zhou Yun's voice came from beside him. "Next one, let's keep this little guy." Yutong was taken aback, then a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Seeing the Crimson Thunderbird disappear from the auction stage, Yutong couldn't help but sigh. What a lucky fellow. The crowd below was filled with confusion. Why had the Crimson Thunderbird disappeared? What happened? What's going on? I don't know. The auctioneer just said it was 6th tier, right? It's a 6th tier beast. I'm so lucky to have witnessed a 6th tier demon beast. Truly extraordinary. Look at the purple divine lightning flashing around it. It's probably even stronger than the lightning tribulation that cultivators undergo during their tribulations. Compared to the confusion of the onlookers, the emotions on the faces of the 3 dynasties were far more complex. Although I don't know what happened. However, judging from the current situation, it seems unlikely that this 6th tier demonic beast will be auctioned off. This left them feeling both disappointed and relieved. After all, if this 6th tier Crimson Thunderbird really is the second item up for auction, the 3 great dynasties would probably fight tooth and nail over it. In the end, only one company won, and the power structure of the southern region will change drastically after that. Now that Pengyun Auction House has cancelled the auction of the Crimson Thunderbird, the patriarchs of the 3 great dynasties can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I apologize, fellow Taoists, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the second item for auction has been temporarily cancelled. Yu Tong wore a helpless smile, but a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Without much explanation, the auction began immediately. The second round of auction will now begin. This item is in no way inferior to a 6th tier demonic beast. Because the events of earlier had disrupted the auction's rhythm, Yu Tong no longer followed her previous plan. She was no longer a novice who had just hosted the auction. He directly took out the 6th grade mid-level Enlightenment Bodhi Heart, which would not only shock the cultivators present, but also make them forget what had just happened. A mid-grade 6th rank Bodhi Enlightenment Heart, this is a rare treasure in the cultivation world. Yu Tong looked at everyone, a charming and lively smile in her eyes. With a wave of his arm, a dazzling cyan gold light filled the entire area, accompanied by the faint sound of a heartbeat, giving people a warm and reassuring feeling. Everyone wore expressions of enjoyment, and they could faintly hear the sound of profound scriptures. They couldn't understand them, but they could recall many problems from their previous cultivation methods or spells, and gradually they came to understand them. What is this? How could this be possible? The most shocked was the Mandala master from the western regions, who leaned forward as if he could see through the Bodhi mind that had attained enlightenment. The entire Bodhi enlightenment heart is about the size of a fist, unlike ordinary fruits, but rather like warm and lustrous jade. Its surface is surrounded by a pale golden halo, with densely packed golden Sanskrit characters flowing around it. As it flows slowly, it emits a natural, profound Buddhist chant. It's true, it's actually the legendary Bodhi enlightenment mind. The Mandala master could no longer maintain his previous image as a high monk. He stood up excitedly, his face flushed, and looked at Bodhi enlightenment heart. His eyes gleamed with greed. If it weren't for the special nature of the Pengyun auction house, which restricted his spiritual power, he would have recklessly tried to snatch it away. We're so lucky. Coming to the southern region this time was definitely the right decision. Once I obtain the Bodhi enlightenment heart, my cultivation techniques and level will surely rise to another level. Moreover, legend has it that this Bodhi enlightenment heart can also not only the masters of the mandala, but also the powerful beings above the nascent soul stage, all sensed that this auction item was extraordinary. Just gazing at its surface and hearing the echoing sounds in their ears could unexpectedly spark a flash of inspiration in their minds. At their level, talent is no longer the most important factor. Rather, comprehension is. Most high-level cultivators understand that in the end, the most important thing in cultivating immortality is comprehension. Good spiritual roots simply allow cultivators to embark on the path of cultivation more easily. Of course, this doesn't mean that cultivation aptitude is unimportant. Instead of focusing on top-grade spiritual roots, comprehension is valued more in the later stages. Unless you possess a top-tier cultivation physique and are born with a perfect law of heaven and earth, you don't need to comprehend it yourself. Once you reach a certain level, your understanding of the laws of heaven and earth will naturally become integrated into your mind. There's no shortage of geniuses and prodigies in this world. It's quite a good item. This Pengyun merchant ship is getting more and more interesting. Qing Wan looked at the auction item, her eyes filled with a thoughtful expression. This time, I came to the southern region only as the protector of the goddess. Let the goddess sever her mortal thoughts, make up for her regrets in her heart and settle her worldly affairs, thus increasing her chances of success in the upcoming tribulation of becoming a deity. As for those who came to participate in the Pengyun auction, it was entirely because the goddess had mentioned the Pengyun merchant ship several times during the Qihuang Mountain illusion trial, and her voice was mostly filled with regret. This time, she was determined to acquire all the items at the Pengyun auction, to alleviate the regret in the goddess's heart, and to build strong self-confidence. The emergence of Bodhi's enlightenment mind was completely unexpected by Qingwan. Goddess, we really made the right choice coming to this auction. This Bodhi enlightenment heart is an excellent treasure for resisting inner demons, Qingwan said with a gentle smile. She wasn't just making things up. Sanskrit or Buddhist chants have the power to suppress and purify evil spirits. Although expelling inner demons is not the core ability of Bodhi enlightenment, it is all worthwhile as long as his goddess can safely pass through the tribulation of becoming a deity. Thank you, Aunt Qing. Seeing the sadness in Lu Ruyan's eyes, Qingwan gently patted her back to comfort her. The current situation of our goddess is truly worrying. If she undergoes the tribulation of becoming a god in her current state, she will probably not even leave a trace in the end, and her whole being will dissipate into the world. The innate divine phoenix body, such a heaven-defying physique, one can only imagine the terror of the heavenly tribulation, but yet, thinking of this, Qingwan looked somewhat regretful. Such is fate. The divine body, which should have been awakened innately, could only choose to seal itself without the nourishment of spiritual energy. Fortunately, she was chosen by the phoenix attracting bell. Unfortunately, her awakened innate divine phoenix body was already dissipating its innate essence. 10 years. The ancestor's seal can only hold for a maximum of 10 years. During this time, the goddess will inevitably have to undergo the tribulation of becoming a deity. By using the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, the divine soul and physical body will be reshaped. If she survives, the goddess will soar to the heavens. If she fails. Chapter 102 Bodhi Enlightenment Mind. Lu Ruyan's gaze fell on the auction stage. She already knew the purpose of attending the Pengyun auction. Qihuang Mountain has already gone to great lengths to ensure her safe passage through the nascent soul tribulation. This trip to the Pengyun auction was also to fulfill her regret of not being able to acquire the treasures she had encountered at auctions in the past. The core ability of the Bodhi enlightenment mind is singular. It awakens a wisdom mind in the cultivator, permanently and significantly enhancing their comprehension. Watching the auctioneer explain the effects of the items, Lu Ruyan looked slightly dazed. The grip on the 1,000-patterned longevity fruit tightened slightly as he felt the vibrant life force emanating from it. My thoughts gradually drifted away. Everything is different now. Now she is the goddess of Qihuang Mountain, one of the 3 great hidden powers in the central region. Qihuang Mountain is mysterious, ancient, and holds a transcendent status. You are the goddess of Qihuang Mountain. Qihuang Mountain is very powerful. You can freely take anything from the auction. She gradually recalled what Aunt Qing had said to her on the way to the Pengyun auction. She knew that everything Aunt Qing did was to help her build a strong sense of self-confidence and break through the barriers in her heart. Looking down at the Pengyun auction house, which was already quite different from what it used to be, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but recall the scenes of accompanying her grandfather and husband to auctions in the past. Grandpa, filled with resentment, had tried his best to obtain a top-grade breakthrough pill that could help him break through to the foundation establishment stage, but failed. Her husband and she stood below, looking at the many treasures of the Pengyun auction, their expressions filled with envy, just like the other cultivators. Scenes kept flashing through my mind, then quickly disappeared. Qingwan, who was standing nearby, noticed her goddess's unusual behavior and immediately became nervous, but her face showed more relief than anything else. She naturally knew what the goddess was going through. If the goddess can break free from her inner obsession, then everything she has done during this time will have been worthwhile. Lu Ruyan stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. The auction below has already begun. Bidding prices continued to rise. 10 million. 20 million. 30 million. Time passed quietly until a loud phoenix cry rang in Lu Ruyan's mind, and the illusory images shattered one after another. As she slowly regained her senses, a golden phoenix phantom appeared behind her. Perhaps due to the suppression from the Pengyun merchant ship, the phantom of the divine phoenix flapped its wings and returned to Lu Ruyan's body. "That's wonderful, goddess!" Qing Wan exclaimed excitedly, her face beaming with joy. The anomaly that occurred here naturally did not escape Zhou Yun's notice. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw the golden phoenix appear behind Lu Ruyan. However, he shook his head slightly. "However, I'm afraid that this is not enough to overcome the tribulation of becoming a nascent soul cultivator." At this point, the hand holding the wine glass paused involuntarily, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He looked at Lu Ruyan again and examined her carefully for a few moments. He muttered to himself, could there really be a chosen one in this world? Zhou Yun thought of an item from the Pengyun auction that seemed to be able to solve the female cultivator's physical problem. Everything was so coincidental, as if arranged by fate. "Young master, what's wrong?" Uncle Zhou asked, noticing his young master's absent-minded expression. Zhou Yun waved his hand. "It's nothing, there are just some things I can't figure out. But it's all right. Let's go to the auction." Zhou Yun downed the wine in one gulp. 100 million high-grade spirit stones. The sudden price increase deterred many potential buyers. The one who made the offer was none other than the mandala master. His eyes were burning with desire as he stared at the Bodhi mind, already considering it his own. I absolutely must get it." He mumbled incoherently, his mind already conjuring up images of the breakthrough in his strength and cultivation after consuming the Bodhi enlightenment heart. "When the time comes, I will return to the western regions to be reborn in the Pure Land School, and I will also become a Buddha, sitting on equal footing with the Buddhas who have been reborn in the Pure Land. One should aspire to be a Pure Land Buddha. The Buddha of rebirth in the Pure Land, the Buddha of the Pure Land. This is the complete picture of rebirth in the Pure Land." 110 million. 120 million. 200 million. The master of the mandala gripped the chair tightly and immediately offered 200 million. However, he also knew that it was impossible to easily obtain the Bodhi enlightenment heart. Although the Bodhi mind is most suitable for Buddhist practitioners, it is also of great use to other practitioners. It can not only help cultivators awaken their wisdom and improve their comprehension. Furthermore, it can ward off inner demons, help cultivators break through barriers, strengthen their spiritual souls, connect with the great Tao, and gain clarity on the path of cultivation. It has too many uses. However, for Buddhist practitioners, the Bodhi mind, though lacking enlightenment, can awaken their Buddha nature, allowing them to comprehend the Great Way in Sanskrit and understand the true principles of Buddhism. Tan Qing felt extremely irritated as he listened to the constant bidding noises around him. These damned inferior people from the southern region truly deserve to be reborn in the Pure Land and experience the transformative power of Buddhist truths. 400 million. 410 million. 420 million. 500 million. Mandala's expression gradually became serious. This price was already his limit. He only came to the southern region to enlighten sentient beings and spread the teachings of the Pure Land religion. He didn't really come for the Pengyun auction. Who knew I would encounter such a treasure as the Bodhi mind of enlightenment? 510 million. The renewed bidding spiel shattered all the hopes of the mandala master. Damn it! I slammed my palm on the table, and fine lines appeared on the surface. Fortunately, I can't use spiritual power, otherwise, Zhou Yun would definitely make him pay compensation. There are only 2 or 3 people still bidding right now. With a cold expression, Mandala kept scrutinizing the Bodhi enlightenment heart on the auction stage, his heart filled with resentment. 1 billion. Whoosh. The entire audience erupted in cheers, speculating about which powerful figure had made the move. It was incredibly impressive. This completely denies others the opportunity to bid. The announcement of the 1 billion price tag calmed Tan Cheng down, and he dismissed some of his unrealistic ideas. With his eyes closed, the serene expression of a highly accomplished monk once again appeared on his face. A compassionate smile that seemed to guide all beings, and an unchanging pity that seemed to transcend time. Even the aura emanating from him became serene. Tan Cheng turned the prayer beads in his hand. Amitabha. If it weren't for the slight, unnatural twitch of his face, those who don't know the truth might actually believe it. At this point, the mandala was, frankly speaking, cowardly. Someone who can bid up to 1 billion high-grade spirit stones in one go is definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps, just as he had guessed, that person was indeed sitting on the 4th floor. And those who can sit on the 4th floor, Mahayana practitioners, are on the same level as the Buddha. You could kill yourself with a single slap. However, I couldn't help but open my eyes and take one last look at the Bodhi enlightenment heart. If I could attain it, Mahayana Buddhism wouldn't be such a dream after all. Chapter 103: A Misjudged Auction. The transaction was completed. Lu Ruyan accepted the Bodhi enlightenment heart handed over by Qing Wan and examined the flowing Sanskrit characters of the great Tao on its surface. Is this what so many cultivators are fighting over? At that moment, Qing Wan's voice rang out. Put it away. It won't be of much use to you, but it can help you calm your mind when you break through to the nascent soul stage. Okay. Qing Wan saw the noble air emanating from her brows and nodded in satisfaction. The goddess's mindset has truly transformed, elevating to a new level from the inside out. That unique confidence and charm of the divine phoenix is slowly awakening. As for the Bodhi enlightenment mind, it might be a rare treasure for other cultivators, but for their own goddess. What kind of wisdom? What kind of Buddha nature? Moreover, it is comparable to the innate divine phoenix body. Yu Tong, standing on the auction stage, waited for a moment until the murmurs subsided before slowly speaking. Next, we will auction a special item that is very common in the cultivation world. I'm sure everyone has tried it. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing Yu Tong's words. Very common. I've tried them all. That should be spirit wine, but have we actually tasted any of the spirit wines that Pengyun Auction House has brought out? People just said it casually, and you actually believed it? It must be a high-grade spirit wine, which is a rare find in the cultivation world. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Yu Tong quietly stuck out her tongue, surprised that everyone had guessed it so quickly. A stone altar appeared on the auction stage. Yu Tong began to introduce. This is the third item in this auction, a 5th-grade superior quality wine called Sun and Moon Shining Together. With that, he waved his hand and opened the lid that was sealing the stone jar. A blazing golden light and a cool silver light shot into the sky, swirling and intertwining above the auction stage, reflecting each other's brilliance. Slowly, ripples spread out, enveloping the entire auction house in the shimmering glow of gold and silver. Everyone stared in shock at the strange phenomenon before them, speechless with astonishment. Until someone exclaimed, "It smells so good." The rich and intense aroma of the wine permeated the entire auction hall, sometimes so intense it made one's blood boil, and sometimes so cold it brought clarity to one's mind. This dual sensation of ice and fire captivated everyone, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves. Greedily inhaling every last trace of scent remaining in the air. I think I'm drunk. I'm about to break through. Pengyun Auction House is too generous. They actually opened the spirit wine and let us smell it freely. Many cultivators were already swaying and could not hold on any longer. A large number of people collapsed at the scene. These were all overly greedy cultivators, whose cultivation level was only at the early stage of qi refining, and they were indeed unable to hold their liquor. Even after collapsing to the ground, many people were still breathing heavily, as if they would be missing out if they didn't breathe more. Most high-level cultivators were quite interested in this spirit wine. Of course, they were just speculating whether this spirit wine had any special effects. If it simply tastes good, then it won't be priced too high. After all, Cultivators rarely risk everything to satisfy their own appetites. Most prioritize their own cultivation. However, they felt that since Pengyun Auction House had put it up for auction, this spirit wine must be something special. Spirit wine and elixirs are different, although both can provide some benefit to cultivators. However, the effects of the spirit wine are gentler and slower, and it is primarily nourishing. Unlike elixirs, which are powerful and sometimes even cause some damage to a cultivator's body. Seeing that some of the cultivators present were drunk, Yutong covered her mouth and chuckled. He reached out and put the sun and moon shining together wine back on the lid. Unlike other auction items, spiritual wine would still affect its taste if exposed to the elements for too long. Tapping the stone altar, Yutong said, "This wine is brewed with the essence of the sun and moon combined with countless rare and precious natural materials. As you can probably guess from the name, it contains the most primordial yin and yang energies." Sun and moon shining together wine has only two main effects. First, it harmonizes yin and yang, helping cultivators to regulate the imbalance of spiritual energy within their bodies, refine their own realm to a more perfect state, and facilitates breaking through to the next realm. Secondly, it briefly enhances comprehension, allowing the cultivator's soul to enter a state of clarity, which helps resolve confusion encountered in cultivation. Many cultivators weren't too surprised after hearing this, as spirit wine was something that slowly improved a cultivator's physique. They had originally thought that being put up for auction by Pengyun Auction House would have some extraordinary effects. It wasn't that they thought the wine was bad, but rather that the previous two auction items were too good. This made the 5th grade superior spirit wine seem somewhat mediocre. Yutong didn't pay much attention to other people's reactions and continued. Of course, this wine can also temper the body and refine spiritual power, among other additional effects. However, I think the best thing about this wine is its taste. For wine lovers, this is definitely not to be missed. The 5th grade superior sun and moon radiance wine, starting price is 1 million superior grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 100,000. The auction begins. Bang! As the auction began, people started bidding one after another. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. 1,300,000. The competition is still fierce, not because there are cultivators present who enjoy drinking, but because the current price is too low compared to 5th grade spirit wine. Looking at the bidding below, Zhou Yun picked up his wine glass and shook his head. I should have kept it and enjoyed it slowly. It seemed that he had figured out what Zhou Yun was thinking. Uncle Zhou comforted him from the side. Young master, that's just how spirit wine is. Its effects are not as direct and convenient as pills, and its brewing is also very troublesome, which is why many spirit wine traditions have disappeared. He understood what Uncle Zhou was saying. Lingjiu was not very competitive in the market and was gradually being eliminated. Only when a cultivator's cultivation reaches a certain level, and their own cultivation needs are met, will they have the leisure to drink a few cups of wine to cultivate their character. Ultimately, cultivation is just too difficult. With a few spirit stones, there's not enough to buy pills to improve cultivation, so who would buy spirit wine to drink? It tastes so good. Zhou Yun tilted his head back and drank the wine in one gulp, savoring the lingering rich aroma in his mouth. The sun and moon shining together wine was finally sold for 10 million high-grade spirit stones. If it weren't for that Mahayana female cultivator, the price would probably be much lower. After completing the transaction, Zhou Yun couldn't help but sigh. I made a mistake. Even if it's a spirit wine, one should bring out a spirit wine with special effects, rather than just considering how delicious the wine is. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the 3,000 Worlds Forget-Me-Not wine that had been exchanged by the 1,000 Illusion Tower. That wine must be more attractive to cultivators than the sun and moon shining together wine. But the 3,000 Worlds Forget-Worry intoxication is exceptionally hard to drink. Thinking of this, Zhou Yun looked up and glanced around. Didn't that arrogant woman from 1,000 Illusions Pavilion come? Chapter 104 6th Order Ancient Treasure. Qian Huanlu seized the opportunity presented by the Pengyun auction. They are plotting to storm the Heavenly Palace Imperial City and assassinate Crown Prince Zhou Yun. Without the presence of a void refiner in charge, the Heavenly Palace dynasty was still a force to be reckoned with for the Thousand Illusion Tower. The room on the 4th floor was filled with the aroma of wine. Qingwan lightly flicked her hand at the tip of her nose and took a deep breath. He remarked, "The aroma of the wine is rich, and the yin and yang energies are perfectly blended. In terms of taste, this sun and moon shine together wine is already an excellent brew. Judging its value solely by its effects would be a gross underestimation." Upon hearing Qingwan's words, Lu Ruyan also looked at the open stone altar. The gold and silver colors complement each other, yet they are separated by each other like a yin-yang symbol, and the ethereal charm shimmering with gold and silver seems to contain the profound truths of the universe. "Goddess, we are in for a treat this time." Qingwan smiled gently and waved her hand, taking out 2 white jade cups. He lifted the stone jar and slowly poured the wine into the cup. The rich aroma, a blend of warm and cool notes, grew even stronger. Gazing at the sun and moon shine wine, shimmering with golden and silver light, both of them couldn't help but salivate. The aroma is absolutely irresistible. Qingwan pushed one of the cups in front of Lu Ruyan and began to enjoy it herself. After taking a small sip, Qingwan wore a faint smile and couldn't help but let out a hearty sigh. "Ah." He swirled the wine glass in his hand. "Simply speaking, the taste is already a step above our Chihuang Mountains Nirvana Burning Heart Brew and Ice Flame Phoenix Breath Dew. I can go back and show off to those old hands who love wine, and maybe I can even get some good stuff in return." Qingwan looked at Lu Ruyan and said with a smile. Unlike the other cultivators who were disappointed with the effects of the sun and moon harmony wine, Qingwan and her companions sat comfortably in the room, enjoying the wonderful taste of the spiritual wine. Just as Zhou Yun said, the greatest function of spirit wine has never been to assist cultivators in their cultivation. The most important thing is its taste. It is suitable for someone with a certain status and a certain amount of leisure time. Things used to cultivate one's character. On the auction stage, Yutong seemed somewhat conflicted. There have been no further instructions since the master took away the Crimson Thunderbird. Now only the final, grand finale item remains. If we start auctioning the final items right away, this auction will have far too few items. Only 4. Uncle Zhou, who had been keeping an eye on things below, noticed the frequent glances from Yutong and realized something was amiss. He turned to remind him. "Young master, the grand finale auction is about to begin. Do you have anything to add?" Zhou Yun, who was lying in the chair, opened his eyes in confusion. "Supplement? Supplement what?" Uncle Zhou said softly. "There are relatively few substitutes for the Crimson Thunderbird at this auction." Zhou Yun slapped his forehead. He had indeed overlooked this matter. Only 4 items for an auction is indeed a bit few. I pondered for a moment. After rummaging through the warehouse for a while, he took out a dark blue lotus-shaped antique lamp and casually tossed it onto the auction stage. He then relayed the information to Yutong, giving her a detailed account. The people in the auction house were also drawn to the suddenly appearing antique lamp. Like crystal, it emits a faint blue halo. The entire lamp resembles a blooming lotus flower with 36 petals, the edges of which are outlined with golden patterns. In particular, there was a small cluster of blue flames in the lamp, so weak that it seemed as if it might go out at any moment. However, when people gazed at it, they felt it was mysterious and eerie, exuding an ancient and immortal aura. The crowd began to discuss it. "What is this thing? I felt like my mind was being devoured just now. I don't know, it was pretty scary. I was covered in cold sweat. This auction item is a bit strange. It might be an evil object." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. They had this suspicion in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. It's not that evil items can't be auctioned, it's just that under normal circumstances, evil items are not suitable for appearing openly in regular shopping malls and auction houses. Because everyone tries to maintain a positive image to some extent. Many cultivators glanced carefully at the items on the auction stage out of the corner of their eyes. The Pengyun auction once again brought them a powerful cognitive shock and gave them a new understanding of Pengyun merchant ships. Pengyun merchant ship is really daring. They also didn't care at all about their image among the cultivators. Compared to low-level cultivators, high-level cultivators would not consider this ancient lamp to be merely an evil object. It should be an inscription depicting something related to devouring and refining. Moreover, its level is not low. The most interested person present was undoubtedly the mandala master. This treasure is destined for me, Amitba. The mandala master carefully observed every detail of the lotus lamp, feeling that every pattern was so exquisite and profound. The more I look at it, the more I like it. The more I look at it, the more obsessed I become. He felt that the effect of this lotus-shaped ancient lamp was comparable to, or even surpassed, that of the Bodhi enlightenment mind he had previously attained. After all, the Bodhi mind of enlightenment is a rare and precious treasure that can only be obtained once. However, this lotus-shaped ancient lamp is an item that can be used for a long time. However, when he thought of Bodhi and enlightenment, even the mandala's infatuated eyes cleared up a bit. My cheek twitched involuntarily. Thinking of the existence that seemed to be a Mahayana cultivator, he cursed inwardly. Unlucky. He continued to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed, and the speed at which the prayer beads in his hands spun increased considerably. Yutong naturally heard the discussion among the crowd. He laughed and retorted, "This lotus-shaped ancient lamp is not an evil object." Upon hearing Yutong's voice, many cultivators' faces flashed with suspicion. His eyes clearly showed distrust. Such a strange thing. You think it's not evil just because you say so? Do you really think they're all blind? However, no one spoke out in rebuttal. She simply waited quietly for the introduction, her gaze fixed on Yutong, as if to see what kind of flowery words she could come up with. A sly smile flashed in Yutong's eyes. He brushed the lotus-shaped ancient lamp aside and said, "This is a sixth-order ancient treasure. Everyone knows what an ancient treasure is, right? This is a treasure that only ancient cultivators can forge." Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd, taking in their excited expressions. As we all know, the effects of ancient treasures are relatively simple, but this also means that their effects are more brutal and powerful. After Yutong introduced the lotus-shaped ancient lamp as an ancient treasure, everyone's interest clearly increased. An ancient treasure, and a sixth-order ancient treasure at that. This is comparable to a sixth-tier innate magic weapon. Because ancient treasures have a single function and tend to focus on extreme enhancement in a certain aspect, some sixth-grade or top-grade ancient treasures can be as effective as seventh-grade acquired spiritual treasures. Compared to the onlookers who just watched the show, the high-level cultivators immediately perked up, speculating about the exact grade of the ancient lotus lamp. 4 ancient treasures, the differences between 6th grade low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade are still quite significant. This means that the lotus ancient lamp may possess abilities comparable to a 7th tier acquired spiritual treasure. Moreover, the final transaction prices differed significantly. Chapter 105 The Cup Where All Streams Return to the Ruins. This ancient treasure is called the Myriad Streams Return to Ruins Cup. It is of the 6th grade superior quality and has only one main function. Many high-level cultivators' eyes lit up. It was of superior quality and had a single function. This also means that the effects of the myriad streams returning to the Void Cup are very likely comparable to those of a 7th tier acquired spiritual treasure. Seeing the curious looks on everyone's faces, a smile flashed in Yutong's eyes as she slowly spoke. It can perfectly refine a cultivator's body, separating it into pure spiritual liquid that helps improve cultivation, pure soul liquid that nourishes the soul and enhances divine sense, or pure blood essence that replenishes a cultivator's qi and blood. Upon hearing Yutong's introduction, all the cultivators present were stunned, completely unable to believe what they were hearing. The crowd erupted in uproar, with discussions rising and falling. Damn, they still say it's not an evil object, but isn't this definitely a heretical treasure? That's terrifying, it gave me chills. They've really stopped pretending. They used to say they weren't evil. If this isn't an evil object, then what is? I could tell at a glance that this was no good. Compared to the reactions of the crowd, some high-level cultivators were frowning and pondering. This myriad streams return to the void cup is a 6th grade superior ancient treasure. If its effects are only this, it would be a gross underestimation of ancient treasures. They turned their attention back to the auction stage, their intuition telling them that things weren't that simple. Inside the room on the top floor, Zhou Yun, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them after hearing Yu Tong's introduction. Nonsense. Seeing Zhou Yun's helpless expression, Uncle Zhou looked down and chuckled. Yu Tong is a bit mischievous, but she knows her limits. Whatever. Zhou Yun was too lazy to care anymore. These were all minor matters anyway. As it turns out, Yu Tong was clear about the nature of her job, and after joking around, she began to give a serious introduction. His expression and tone became much more serious. I'm not joking with you fellow Taoists anymore. The myriad streams returning to the void cup's function is to devour and refine. It can refine all things, including cultivators, demonic beasts, spiritual plants, spiritual minerals. Any item with energy can be extracted to obtain different essential primordial essences. Even if you throw it in a corner, it can absorb the energy floating in the void on its own. At this point, Yu Tong paused for a moment. He continued, moreover, it also comes with the ability to accelerate time and the effect of nurturing spirits. For example, it can upgrade 2nd-tier spirit liquid to 3rd-tier spirit liquid, or even higher. Of course, this will definitely take a long time and consume a lot of spiritual energy. I could have continued the introduction, but seeing the excited atmosphere among the crowd below, Yu Tong felt that was enough, so she stopped there, leaving the cultivators some room for their imagination. In any case, the effects of the myriad streams returning to the void lamp are definitely better than she described. As for its other functions, let the cultivators who obtain it discover them slowly. What kind of heaven-defying artifact is this? Can anyone tell me if all ancient treasures have such incredible effects? I don't know, I've never seen it before. Hee. If I could obtain the myriad streams returning to the void cup, becoming a heretical cultivator wouldn't be so bad. Yes, it's just an object. There's no such thing as good or evil. In the end, it all comes down to how the person who uses it. On the 4th floor, Qingwan looked at the Wanlu Guishu Zhan with regret. He sighed softly. What a pity, it's only a high-grade 6th-tier ancient treasure. If it weren't for an ancient treasure. Lu Ruyan looked at Qingwan with a puzzled expression. Although she is a goddess of Qihuang Mountain, she has only been cultivating for a short time and still lacks knowledge about the cultivation world. Seeing the confusion on her face, Qingwan smiled gently and patiently explained. The grade of ancient treasures cannot be upgraded. Not only are there few methods for refining ancient treasures left in the cultivation world, but even if there were, they couldn't be refined anymore. Because the laws of heaven have changed. Qingwan looked up at the sky, then turned her gaze back to the Wanlu Guishu cup. If it is a 6th order innate magic treasure or a 7th order acquired spiritual treasure, then with the resources of our Qihuang Mountain, we also have a way to upgrade its level. As she spoke, Qingwan's tone was filled with strong confidence. Then this thing isn't very effective? Lu Ruyan asked. Qingwan shook her head, a hint of regret on her face. It's very powerful, and it's precisely because it's so powerful that I feel it's a pity. Due to the level restrictions, its upper limit is limited to barely condensing 7th order spiritual liquid. Seeing Lu Ruyan deep in thought, Qingwan smiled slightly. He comforted her, saying, "Don't overthink it. It's already a rare treasure, and it's quite useful even to our Qihuang Mountain." Compared to Qingwan's regret, Master Shi of Wanbage was much more excited. At this moment, old Shi, sitting alone in a room on the 3rd floor, stroked his beard and began to ponder. We can make use of some discarded pills and weapons to extract spiritual liquid, and we can also upgrade some rare spiritual liquids. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and the smile on old Xi's face grew even brighter. This is my chance. If I can acquire the myriad streams returning to the Void Cup, my status in the Myriad Treasures Pavilion can be raised, and I might even be able to return to the central region ahead of schedule. Only the Mandala Master looked disappointed. How can you only have refining functions? The actual effect of the myriad streams returning to the Void Cup was completely beyond his expectations. He originally thought that this thing could increase comprehension or help cultivators comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. That's the only way to help him break through to the Mahayana stage. Simply devouring and refining it would be rather useless for him. What Qingwan could think of, he naturally thought of as well. Due to its level limitation, the myriad streams returning to the Void Cup can only refine spiritual liquid up to the 7th rank at most. His cultivation level was already at the mid-stage of the integration realm, so this thing was of almost no help to him. As for its potential to cultivate and strengthen the Pure Land School of Buddhism, it can be used to cultivate and expand the Pure Land School. That Tan Cheng guru would only say, "May Buddha have mercy, I'm not interested, it's none of my business." How can a high-ranking Buddhist monk do something that helps others without any reward? Bang! On the auction stage, Yutong loudly announced, "The 6th grade superior quality myriad streams returning to the Void Cup. Starting price is 10 million superior quality spirit stones, and each bid must be increased by no less than 1 million superior quality spirit stones." The auction begins. As the auction began, onlookers eagerly watched the spectacle. Meanwhile, capable cultivators also began to participate in the bidding. Whether they could win or not was another matter, but there was no loss in bidding anyway. Later, when I go out, I can brag to my friends. 11 million. 12 million. 13 million. The price has risen very quickly, far exceeding the previous sun and moon radiance wine. After all, the practicality of this Wanlu Guishu cup is undeniable. There are many self-centered practitioners like the Mandala Master, but they are fundamentally different from the Mandala Master. That is because they do not have the cultivation level of a Mandala Master, so the Wanlu Guishu Zhan, a type of magical lamp, is still very useful to them. Of course, the Wanlu Guishu cup can only realize its greatest value when it is in the hands of a powerful force. Chapter 106. A gift left for the southern region. 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Wanbage has made its move. Old Master, she is determined to get this item, and no one can take it from him. Perhaps due to excessive excitement, or perhaps because of Mr. Xi's strength and status, he never intended to hide his voice. So many people recognized his voice the moment he made his offer. The other Wanbage Pavilion Masters, who were not with him and were scattered on the 2nd floor, looked at each other in bewilderment. Upon hearing Elder Xi's voice, Luo Yingyue changed her position and lay down again. Leaning back lazily in the chair. Did that old man make a move? He's so excited, isn't he afraid of passing out? 200 million. 300 million. Humph, it wasn't that easy to get it after all. As Luo Yingyue listened to the ever-increasing prices, she got up and poured herself a cup of tea. Smelling the faint fragrance of tea, I imagined what Mr. Xi looked like now, a faint smile on my face. Regardless, she was the head of a branch pavilion, so she did have the ability to appraise treasures. Their gaze fell upon the myriad streams returning to the Ruins Cup, a 6th grade superior ancient treasure, comparable to a 7th grade acquired spiritual treasure. Moreover, perhaps because the auctioneer didn't explain it, some people probably overlooked the most important issue. That means this ancient treasure is more of a support item. You could even say it's a support-oriented ancient treasure. TSK. I can't imagine the final transaction price, but I can imagine the old man's ashen face at the end. He. Luo Yingyue seemed to have foreseen the final outcome, and covered her mouth, laughing unrestrainedly. 1 billion. Wow, this old man is really rich. No wonder he's a nascent soul cultivator. Upon hearing Elder Xi's offer, Luo Yingyue couldn't help but complain. 1.1 billion. 1.2 billion. 1.3 billion. 2 billion. The room fell silent for a moment. Everyone knew that the man had made his move again. Luo Yingyue's body trembled. Is he here? Looking up, many people guessed that a Mahayana cultivator had arrived at this Pengyun auction after the previous auctions. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators don't have the luxury of spending spirit stones like this. The onlookers' expressions lit up. This was exactly the moment they had been waiting for. They're here. That mysterious female cultivator has made her move. That's quite a move. Every time you make a bid, you double the price of the item. It is said that the monk is on the 4th floor. The 4th floor? That can't be right. That's where only. Who knows? Let's keep watching. In fact, only Wanbage and the Zhuge family were still bidding at the scene. At this moment, the expressions of the two old men on both sides became serious. Zhuge Xiuming looked at the clan elder in front of him, whose expression was tense and whose hands were gripping the chair tightly. He wanted to dissuade him but did not know how to start. Well. Old Master Gong sighed deeply, his voice filled with regret. They were destined to be spectators at this Pengyun auction. Who could have imagined that a true dragon would suddenly break into the remote southern region and crush them all? Elder, are you all right? Zhuge Xiuming asked worriedly. It's all right, let's just relax and watch the show. Hearing the elder's words, Zhuge Xiuming breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that his elder would not understand and would be upset. Wanbage paused for a moment before making another bid. At this moment, Elder she only wanted to make one last desperate attempt. This myriad streams returning to the Void Tower was too important for both him and the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. 21 billion. 3 billion. Old Master she stared intently ahead with a serious expression. His fingers clenched into a fist. The other party put too much pressure on him, always pushing him to the limit. Is this how you bully someone? If it weren't for the status and position that Wanbage bestowed upon him, an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would have already knelt down. 31 billion. This is the last time. Stop bidding, stop bidding. Old Master she silently recited these words in his heart, his eyes gradually closing as he awaited the final fateful decision. But reality rarely unfolds as you wish. Cold, hard numbers slapped him in the face. 40 billion. The sound of bidding seemed to freeze time in the auction hall, leaving the entire room completely silent. Bang! Old Master she slumped into his chair, staring blankly upwards. This is only in the southern region. With his strength and status, who in the southern region can suppress him? Which cultivator wouldn't be servile in front of him? If I'm being bullied like this even in the southern region, why don't I just go back to the central region and be a nobody? At least the cultivation conditions there are better. Old she kept muttering to himself. This blow was indeed too great for him. Is this simply a problem of a failed auction? No, it's not. This is his pass to the upper echelons of Wanbage. He. Luo Yingyue laughed so hard she nearly fell over, a rare sly smile appearing on her usually dignified and elegant face. Old she's expression must be very unpleasant right now. It's a pity I can't see it with my own eyes. Humph. Serves you right for punishing me last time and then reporting it to higher authorities afterwards. Luo Yingyue snorted coldly, her dissatisfaction with old man she growing even stronger at the thought of having to stay in the southern region for several more years. That old man is so stubborn. We're all colleagues. Wouldn't it be better to do each other a favor? This young lady holds grudges very well. Bang! Yu Tong's eyes crinkled into crescent moons with laughter. She had felt guilty for a long time because the last item hadn't fetched a price at the auction. Congratulations to our guest for acquiring the 6th grade superior ancient treasure. The myriad streams returned to the ruins cup for 4 billion superior spirit stones. As the auction results were finalized, the entire hall erupted in cheers. It was so cool, it gave me goosebumps all over. Who can argue with that? 40 billion high-grade spirit stones. My goodness. I don't have a single high-grade spirit stone. Someone just said that the Wanlu Guishu Cup is a money tree, and judging from the long-term benefits it generates, it is definitely worth it. Of course you won't lose out. Do you really think that cultivator who took the myriad streams returning to the Void Cup is a fool? After completing the transaction, Qingwan examined the myriad streams returning to the Void Cup a few times before casually tossing it to Lu Ruyan. Looking at the sixth order ancient treasure in front of her, Lu Ruyan's gaze was momentarily dazed. 40 billion high-grade spirit stones. Qingwan glanced at her goddess out of the corner of her eye, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. She wanted to use this simple and direct method to quickly reshape the values of her goddess. It instantly shattered the remaining awe and constraints she held onto regarding mundane values. As the goddess of Qihuang Mountain, she should naturally possess an aura that looks down upon the world. All the wonders and wonders of this world can be obtained as long as one desires them. And Qihuang Mountain is her greatest source of confidence. As everyone discussed the matter, Zhou Yun was the happiest of all. The participation of Mahayana practitioners this time was completely unexpected, but at least the result was good. Alas, the gift I left for the southern region, I'm afraid it can't remain there. Chapter 107, The Grand Finale. The Burning Heart Phoenix Fruit. The plan to leave the southern region had long been part of Zhou Yun's plans. After all, compared to the entire Xiantian cultivation world, the southern region is still too remote. Cultivators at the void refinement stage have already reached the pinnacle of strength and are even capable of forming imperial dynasties. The scarcity of resources limits the upper limit of a cultivator's strength, which is also detrimental to the continuation of the Pengyun auction. However, Zhou Yun had originally prepared a gift for the southern region, but now it seems that someone else will take it. This may not necessarily be a bad thing. Zhou Yun looked at the smiles on the faces of the cultivators below, and this thought suddenly popped into his mind. Without sufficient strength, yet possessing an extraordinary treasure. Possessing a treasure is itself a crime. It may even bring unbearable disaster. Below, the Jade Pupil has begun its final, climactic auction. Bang! The previous transaction price gave Yutong a lot of confidence, and her face was full of smiles, her tone brimming with joy. Fellow Taoists, what follows is the final auction item. This item should not have been included in this auction, but the owner said it was a gift left for everyone before leaving the southern region. It is both a farewell ceremony and a tremendous opportunity. As Yutong began to speak, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Immediately, the crowd erupted in discussion. Is Pengyun merchant ship leaving? Why? Wasn't it said that 3 auctions would be held in each location? I don't know, and it's from outside the southern region. However, some cultivators immediately understood. The southern region is too small to accommodate the mysterious Pengyun merchant ship. Perhaps only a sacred cultivation ground like the central region would be the final destination for the Pengyun merchant ship. If Zhou Yun knew what these people were thinking, he would definitely disdain them. What is the central region? Pengyun merchant ship's goal is the Myriad Realms Star Sea. Some people looked dazed, such as King Tsongming. Are you leaving? He still remembers the first time he participated in the Pengyun auction, and how he dominated the scene. He really misses those days. However, as the items offered by Pengyun Auction House became increasingly better, he could no longer keep up. Some people had a look of joy in their eyes. Those were cultivators who possessed the Pengyun Token. As long as they have the Pengyun Token, they can enter wherever the Pengyun merchant ship goes. Pengyun merchant ship is growing so fast. Wang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. He had long anticipated this day, just as when Pengyun merchant ship left Wanghai City. He was one of the first people to come into contact with Pengyun merchant ship, and also the person who knew Pengyun merchant ship the most. Everyone had suspected that Pengyun merchant ship was growing, but no one expected it to leave the southern region so quickly. However, he was no longer confused the next moment. What is that? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise, completely stunned. He knew why the Pengyun merchant ship had left. This kind of thing was simply beyond the reach of cultivators from the southern region. As Yu Tong took out the burning heart wutong fruit, the temperature in the entire auction hall instantly rose, and crimson spiritual energy spread out like surging clouds. Even with the protection of Pengyun auction house, the cultivators present could still feel the burning sensation and powerful spiritual energy impact. Yo! A golden phoenix phantom appeared above the auction stage, crying out to the heavens. The cultivators seemed to be hallucinating. It was clearly just a phantom, yet it was vividly reflected in their minds, and even the voice sounded so loud. Moreover, the entire auction house was filled with a strange fragrance that cleared the mind and made the body feel as if it had come back to life the moment it smelled it. Many low-level cultivators were already red-faced and covered in sweat, but they were still persevering. Because they knew that the auctioned items did not belong to them, and that the strange phenomenon that was spreading at this moment was their earth-shattering opportunity. Many cultivators have already begun to meditate cross-legged, while some are still trying to keep their eyes fixed on the phantom of the golden phoenix. The burning sensation from that phantom can strengthen their spiritual power, but the process is somewhat painful. And on the fourth floor of the auction house, Qingwan stood up excitedly, her body trembling slightly, staring incredulously at the items that appeared on the auction stage. This is, the burning heart wutong fruit. Qingwan looked at the dark red fruit with delight in her voice. The form of the phoenix heart, that's right. Qingwan jumped up with joy, turned around and hugged Lu Ruyan, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Lu Ruyan was completely stunned, having no idea what had happened. After the fruit with golden phoenix patterns appeared, Aunt Qing, who was always gentle and dignified, seemed to have become a different person. Ruyan, you are saved. You are the fruit of the burning heart wutong tree. Upon hearing Qingwan's words, Lu Ruyan softened and wrapped her arms around Qingwan's back. Thank you, Aunt Qing. Qingwan also realized what was happening and let go of Lu Ruyan's arms. Perhaps realizing that her behavior just now was somewhat inappropriate, she turned her head away haughtily. Haven't I told you many times? You don't need to keep thanking me. Okay, Aunt Qing. Lu Ruyan smiled and hugged the other's arm. Qingwan resisted a few times, but then gave up. However, his gaze remained fixed on the fruit that throbbed slightly like a heart. This trip to the southern region was truly worthwhile. Perhaps it was also because the goddess herself was favored by the heavens. She never expected to see the burning heart wutong fruit in the Xian cultivation world. This thing had only appeared in the legends and records of Qihuang Mountain. This is something that truly defies fate and changes destiny. This Pengyun auction house is truly outrageous. They're even casually putting things like this up for auction. If I weren't here today, how many spirit stones would you want to auction off? 1 billion high-grade spirit stones? Or 2 billion high-grade spirit stones? Can this kind of thing be measured in spirit stones? Qingwan suddenly froze at this thought. Fortunately, it can be measured with spirit stones. Watch me take it down with spirit stones in one fell swoop. Hee hee hee. The strange laughter of Qingwan reached her ears, but Lu Ruyan felt incredibly happy. Because whatever the other party does at this moment is for their own benefit. After waiting for a moment, Yu Tong reached out and brushed the dark red spiritual fruit, her gaze sweeping across the entire area. He began by introducing the gift prepared by the host, a mid-grade 8th rank burning heart wutong fruit. He wondered if fellow Taoists were satisfied with it. Satisfy. The cultivators shouted in unison. How could they not be satisfied? They were extremely satisfied. Although the burning heart wutong fruit did not belong to them, the spiritual energy that had just dissipated had already greatly benefited them. They never imagined that one day they would see the legendary 8th-tier natural treasure with their own eyes, and even have the good fortune to obtain its scattered essence. In just that short time, many cultivators have improved their strength, and some have even recovered from their old injuries. At this moment, they dared not use their simple minds to discuss the effects of the burning heart wutong fruit. The 8th grade mid-level burning heart wutong fruit has only two main core effects. Chapter 108 The Legendary 8th Tier Heavenly Treasure. Her gaze swept over all the cultivators present, and Yu Tong slowly spoke. First, rebirth and reshaping of the body and soul. Wow! A murmur of surprise rippled through the room, interrupting Yu Tong's subsequent introduction. Does rebirth from the ashes mean the dead can be brought back to life? I don't think so. It might be able to perfectly restore a dying cultivator. The idea of coming back to life is too exaggerated. This effect is truly incredible. It's no wonder it's an 8th-tier rare and precious material. Everyone looked at the burning heart wutong fruit with longing. This thing was truly a miraculous item that could save lives. On the other hand, Qing Wan on the 4th floor excitedly hugged Lu Ruyan again. Everything before was just her guess. She just felt that this thing resembled the legendary burning heart wutong fruit. Now that I have received an accurate recovery, the last bit of tension in my heart has been relieved. As long as we confirm that the item is the burning heart wutong fruit, that's fine. She didn't believe that the monk present was capable of competing with her. These heart-burning phoenix fruits belong to their Phoenix Mountain. The introduction was interrupted, but Yu Tong was not dissatisfied. Instead, she smiled and waited for a moment. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him again, he continued. The burning heart wutong fruit possesses a wisp of nirvana true flame. Although it does not have the heaven-defying effect of Phoenix Nirvana, it is not weak under the nurturing of the laws of heaven. Reshape the body, burn away the imperfect body, and reshape it in the vast vitality of the burning heart wutong fruit to create the most perfect and immaculate body. After hearing Yu Tong's introduction, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. As expected, they couldn't use their simple minds to imagine the effects of the legendary 8th-tier natural treasures. And this is only the reconstruction of the body. What about the reconstruction of the soul? Yu Tong smiled gently and said, the effect of reshaping the soul is similar. It can make the cultivator's soul pure, cut off all inner demons and obsessions, and make the soul more resilient and solid. Afterwards, the cultivator's comprehension will greatly increase, and their understanding of the laws of heaven and earth will be enhanced. The path of cultivation is unobstructed. Yu Tong's voice carried a hint of allure. The cultivators had already fallen silent, their minds filled with all sorts of thoughts. The phrase, the path of cultivation is unobstructed, kept echoing in their hearts. Tsk tisk. Wang Hao's chubby cheeks twitched a few times. Indeed, my perspective was too narrow. Before seeing the burning heart wutong fruit, his impression of 8th-tier natural treasures was limited to the mysterious, powerful, and miraculously effective aspects. What exactly will it look like? What will the effect be? He couldn't say it. Now, the Pengyun auction has brought his imagination to life in a more concrete way. Wang Hao stared at the auction stage, a thoughtful look in his eyes. It seems that Wan Yen should also be allowed to visit Pengyun merchant ship in the future, so that he can at least broaden his horizons. Lu Ruyan, who was holding Qingwan's arm on the 4th floor, also showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. She finally understood why Aunt Qing had reacted so strongly when she saw the fruit. She felt very lucky. The effects of this burning heart wutong fruit were surprisingly able to perfectly resolve the problem of her lingering soul. It seems I really have a connection with Pengyun merchant ship. Lu Ruyan looked at the burning heart wutong fruit on the auction stage with a complicated expression. Seeing everyone's shocked faces, Yu Tong was very happy. However, he still interrupted, saying, "Don't you all want to know its second effect? I think its second effect is quite good too." Yu Tong's voice was soft and gentle, like a soft breeze that brushed past everyone's ears, drawing their attention to her. Only then did everyone realize that the burning heart wutong fruit had 2 core effects. However, everyone was so shocked by the first effect that they almost forgot about it. Many people looked bewildered, their voices filled with doubt. Are all 8th-tier rare and precious herbs and treasures this incredibly effective? What do you think? 8th-tier items are legendary treasures. How many are there in the entire cultivation world? If it weren't for Pengyun auction, we would never have been able to see it with our own eyes in our lifetime. Only Pengyun Auction House is willing to put such a treasure up for auction. I wonder what that Pengyun Token is. The discussion suddenly shifted, and everyone began talking about matters related to the Pengyun Token. And many thoughts arose in their minds. Previously, they had no concrete understanding of the Pengyun Token, but now they feel that the Pengyun Token may be more important than they thought. The Pengyun merchant ship, capable of auctioning 8th-tier rare and precious materials, must also possess an extraordinary Pengyun Token. There are quite a few people who think this way. Even the Mandala Master from the western regions and Qing Wan from Chihuang Mountain had their own thoughts about the legendary Pengyun Token. They each had their own ideas. Wang Hao and the others in the crowd cursed inwardly as they heard the shift in the topic. But he only cursed in his heart. At this moment, they could only tremble and hide in the crowd, not wanting to attract too much attention. Although at the Pengyun auction house, no one else recognized him. However, their exposure will raise many questions, and people will have more speculations about the Pengyun Token. Right now, they just want to keep the news about the Pengyun Order a closely guarded secret. I just hope that the rumors about the Pengyun Order will soon blow away from the southern region. At this point, many clever people realized the key point. That is, the departure of Pengyun merchant ships is actually the greatest benefit for them. Once the Pengyun merchant ship leaves, it will surely divert everyone's attention and draw their gaze to other regions. The southern region will no longer attract too many powerful individuals from other regions. At that time, news about the Pengyun Token was no longer limited to the southern region. Each of the cultivators present had their own speculations, and Yutong waited until everyone's emotions had calmed down before speaking again. A melodious and beautiful voice rang out. Fellow Taoists, you already know its first effect, and its second effect is also very simple, which is... Yutong paused for a moment, her eyes curving into crescents. Everyone's hearts tightened. What is it? Tell me quickly. Without continuing to tease everyone, Yutong said, sublimate your spiritual root and transform your aptitude. When she said those words, Yutong's expression became much more composed, and her voice became more steady and powerful. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he said in a deep voice, this is a true opportunity to defy fate. The Burning Heart Wutong fruit can help you easily solve the basic problems that affect a cultivator's cultivation, such as spiritual roots and physique. Wow! This time, everyone was truly shocked. Some lower-level cultivators might not have fully grasped the effects of the previous treatments. They knew all too well about spiritual roots, something that all cultivators possessed. From the moment they embark on the path of cultivation, spiritual roots are something that accompanies them. In the very beginning of the path of cultivation, the most frequently heard concept was spiritual root. Some seek immortality, but because they lack spiritual roots, they regret it for the rest of their lives. Some people join sects, but because of poor spiritual root quality, they can only become independent cultivators. Spiritual roots are the starting point for cultivating immortality, but poor quality spiritual roots can also affect the endpoint of the cultivation path. Chapter 109 200 billion high-grade spirit stones. Feeling the fervent gazes of the crowd, Yutong looked at the Burning Heart Wutong fruit in front of her and said with emotion, the Burning Heart Wutong fruit has no attribute requirements for the transformation of spiritual roots. Any spiritual root can achieve the ultimate sublimation. The level, purity, and affinity with spiritual energy of the spiritual root will all undergo a qualitative leap. Many cultivators were surprised when they heard this. They originally thought that the Burning Heart Wutong fruit would only have an effect on fire attribute spiritual roots, but they didn't expect it to be effective in all aspects. Indeed, one cannot define 8th order rare and precious materials based on one's own ideas. Suddenly, Yutong's voice rose a few decibels. Although all cultivators can use it, I still have to tell you all here. The Burning Heart Wutong fruit is most suitable for cultivators with fire attribute spiritual roots. Most cultivators were not surprised by this, since the Burning Heart Wutong fruit was obviously of the fire attribute. They were simply curious about what additional benefits this might bring to cultivators with fire elemental roots. Her jade eyes swept over the burning heart wutong fruit. Because it contains a wisp of nirvana true flame, cultivators with fire spiritual roots have a very high chance of awakening a special cultivation physique related to phoenix or flame after consuming it. Boom. The words, special physique, exploded in their minds like thunder. Cultivating a physical constitution is even rarer than developing spiritual roots. In the world of cultivation, even the most ordinary spiritual body can bring great benefits to cultivators in their cultivation. Moreover, the special physique that the burning heart wutong fruit brings to cultivators is definitely not ordinary. How could a constitution associated with the phoenix be simple? All the cultivators in the room stared intently at the auction stage. The slightly pulsating dark red fruit was truly alluring. Now they only regret that they can't afford it. After hearing the introduction, King Tsongming was completely stunned. This burning heart wutong fruit is truly something that can change the current state of the Tsongming dynasty. And isn't the reason why their Tsongming dynasty has become the strongest dynasty today precisely because of the Tsongming spirit body with a medium-level spiritual body? However, because the Tsongming spirit body was cultivated using secret techniques, it has many flaws. This makes it difficult for cultivators to emerge in the Tsongming dynasty. However, the fruit of the burning heart wutong tree can reshape the body and soul, and elevate the spiritual root. This will completely perfect their Tsongming spirit body. In fact, during the reshaping process of the burning heart wutong fruit, the Tsongming spirit body's grade can be improved after it is perfected. Smack! King Tsongming slapped his thigh hard. He could only bitterly regret that he couldn't afford so many spirit stones and could only watch helplessly as this opportunity slipped through his fingers. This auction also made him realize that there was an opportunity to improve the Tsongming dynasty within the Pengyun merchant ship, but they themselves were unable to seize it. Those with the capacity to bid were all eager to participate, waiting for the auction to begin. For example, the Western region's mandala master, Elder Zhuge of the palace, Elder Shi of Wanbage. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Yutong announced the start of the auction. 8th grade, mid-level, burning heart wutong fruit, starting price 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 100 million. Auction begins. Bang! No one had any objection to the high starting price of the auction, as such rare and precious materials could never be bought with spirit stones. As the auction began, people started placing bids, and the price quickly exceeded the reserve price. 15 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion, 10 billion. Everyone looked up abruptly, and they all knew that it was the person who appeared to be at the Mahayana cultivation level who had made the move. This single move involved 100 billion high-grade spirit stones, something that ordinary cultivators could never match. The other cultivators at the nascent soul stage looked resentful, as the other party had already snapped up all the items in the auction. Now, facing the 8th tier burning heart wutong fruit, they no longer want to give up and are all eager to go all out. Of course, only the Zhuge family and Wanbage have the ability to continue raising prices. As for the mandala master, he began reciting Buddhist scriptures again, trying to calm his mind. This trip to the southern region was incredibly unlucky for him. Just attending an auction caused him so much frustration that he was starting to develop inner demons. He's a nascent soul cultivator, one of the top cultivators even in the western regions. Unexpectedly, we encountered so many obstacles in this remote southern region. As distracting thoughts arose in his mind, the prayer beads in Mandala's hand began to spin much faster again. Meanwhile, the bidding outside continued. However, judging from the bids, it's clear that both of them are already gritting their teeth and persevering. 101 billion. 102 billion. A hint of surprise flashed in Qingwan's eyes. She had originally thought that 10 billion would be an easy sum to acquire. It seems the southern region is not to be underestimated either. She was determined to get the burning heart wutong fruit and didn't want any more accidents to happen. He shouted directly, 200 billion. When the price of 20 billion was announced, the entire room fell silent. We can't compete, we can't compete. The person who made the bid is undoubtedly a Mahayana cultivator, Elder Gong said regretfully, waving his hand. Zhuge Xiuming nodded in agreement from the side. The previous guesses were all true. Being able to come up with hundreds of billions of high-grade spirit stones is something that no nascent soul cultivator could do. Even with the Zhuge family's wealth, they might have to empty all their assets just to barely come up with the money. But when the other party called out the price, they showed no hesitation and appeared very confident. Meanwhile, old Master Shi of Wanbage looked at the auction stage with a mournful expression. He sighed. This southern region is becoming less and less a place for people to live. It's so difficult to even retire peacefully. He knew that all of this was because of the existence of the Pengyun merchant ship, which had attracted cultivators from other regions. Fortunately, the other party was about to leave. He is now eagerly anticipating the departure of the Pengyun merchant ship. The southern region is too small to support such a true dragon. You've stirred up the once calm and clear waters. Old Master, she really couldn't imagine what would happen to Pengyun merchant ship in the southern region. This has already attracted the arrival of Mahayana cultivators. So what's next? He's too old to handle any more stress. I just want to stay peacefully in my own little corner of the world. My heart can't take any excitement. After a long period of silence, Yutong finally struck the auction hammer. Bang! 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 He loudly announced, "Congratulations, fellow Daoist, on acquiring the 8th grade mid-level Burning Heart Wutong fruit for 20 billion high-grade spirit stones." As the auctioned item was finally sold, cheers erupted throughout the hall. Although they didn't receive it, the final auction item did benefit many cultivators and also taught them what 8th-tier natural treasures were. Alas, everyone says that the one who obtained the Burning Heart Wutong fruit was a cultivator from another realm. Isn't it obvious? The highest level we have in the southern region is only the refinement of Void Realm. Didn't they say at the start of the auction that this was a farewell gift left to us by the Pengyun merchant ship? That's right. Knowing that the southern region is poor, they still put it up for auction. Pengyun merchant ship didn't expect it to fetch a high price at the auction. It was just an accident, and the southern region is truly poor. Why think so much? What does it matter to us who gets it? I just broke through to the late stage of qi refining, and my spiritual sense has been greatly enhanced. This is the benefit we received. And this may be the gift that Pengyun merchant ship gave us. Chapter 110. The Cloud Chaser auction ends. After the transaction was completed, Qingwan looked at the Burning Heart Wutong fruit floating in front of her and gently stroked the golden phoenix patterns on its surface. Feeling the slight throbbing in her fingertips, her tense heart finally relaxed. That's great, that's great. Qingwan read it aloud happily, tears of excitement streaming down her face. The main reason is that the Burning Heart Wutong fruit is too important to their goddess, and it also has important significance for Qihuang Mountain now. Keep it safe. Yes. Lu Ruyan accepted the Burning Heart Wutong fruit, knowing that it was the key to solving her soul problem. If she hadn't met him at the Pengyun auction, she might have ultimately perished under the tribulation of the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Yu Tong's voice also rang out from the auction stage. Fellow Taoists, this Pengyun auction has come to an end. We hope to meet again someday. Before anyone could react, Yu Tong's voice fell, and their bodies vanished from their original spots. After a dizzying moment, when I looked around again, they have already appeared on the open ground outside the Pengyun merchant ship. Holy crap, what just happened? I don't know, the methods of Pengyun merchant ship are truly amazing. I wonder if that Mahayana cultivator is like us. If that's the case, then the Pengyun merchant ship is beyond imagination. And that's exactly what they thought. Standing in the crowd, Qingwan's pupils contracted slightly. She hadn't experienced that feeling of helplessness in a long time. However, considering that this Pengyun merchant ship can even produce something like the Burning Heart Enlightenment fruit, some bizarre methods are normal. Without sufficient strength, who would dare to openly auction off an 8th-tier natural treasure, without fear of being robbed? This trip was definitely worthwhile. Let's go. With a gentle smile on her face, Qing Wan turned to Lu Ruyan and said, "Good." Lu Ruyan nodded. Their journey to the southern regions is far from over. There are still many things to do. I only decided to come here first after hearing about the Pengyun auction. Just as the two were about to leave, a powerful spiritual pressure suddenly erupted in the air. Perhaps out of consideration for the other cultivators present, the oppressive aura did not spread throughout the entire area, but instead targeted only 3 people. 3 benefactors. Please wait a moment. This humble monk has something to ask you. The mandala master wore a faint smile, his gaze fixed on the 3 people not far away. Those 3 were none other than the ancestors of the 3 great dynasties. At this moment, under the pressure of the mandala, the 3 people appeared somewhat hunched over, and their expressions were somewhat sorrowful. The 3 of them looked at each other, none of them understanding what the other meant. Finally, the local ancestor, Zhou Yun, stepped forward. With a somewhat ingratiating smile, he asked in a low voice, "Master, what brings you here? Shall we talk somewhere else?" Tan Cheng looked around and said with a smile to the 3 of them. The 3 of them thought to themselves, "This is bad." In public, the other party might still have some reservations and could actually be taken away by them. At that time, the 3 of them were not yet at the mercy of the other party. Even though they knew they couldn't leave with the other person, they had no way to resist. At this moment, the heavenly ancestor's expression changed, and the communication talisman he wore kept flashing. Moreover, the frequency is getting faster and faster. He looked up at the mandala guru, then at the communication jade talisman. It's like all the bad things have come together at once. Let's hear what happened. He could no longer change what was happening, so he might as well let nature take its course. As spiritual energy was infused, messages continuously came through the communication jade talisman. Ancestor, the heavenly palace imperial city has been attacked. Grandpa, save me. Someone is trying to kill me. Ancestor, it's an assassin from Thousand Illusion Tower. A hint of anger flashed across the face of the heavenly ancestor. This assassin organization was acting far too arrogantly. Weren't they afraid of being wiped out again by the 3 great dynasties? His anger stemmed primarily from the challenge to the imperial authority, not from the assassination of the crown prince. In the eyes of any dynasty, the life or death of the heir is not important. As long as these void refinement ancestors are still alive, the southern region will not be overthrown. However, this idea was ruthlessly shattered by reality. The world in the southern region has truly turned upside down. The 3 people were uncontrollably swept up by the mandala. Seeing that the 3 did not offer any further resistance, the mandala master nodded in satisfaction. These 3 are quite pragmatic. It seems things will be easier to discuss from here on out. Just as the mandala was about to leave, a soft and gentle voice suddenly rang out. "Wait. Leave this person here." The voice was calm and casual, but it made Tan Cheng freeze. The smile on his face became unnatural, and the composure he had shown earlier was gone. "Buddha above, when did I offend this hidden powerhouse?" At this moment, the mandala can only pray for the Buddha's blessing in one's heart. "I greet you, senior. May I ask which person you desire?" Tan Cheng casually tossed the 3 people in front of him, as if he were throwing away 3 lumps of garbage. The 3 patriarchs looked ashen-faced, but dared not show it. These people are not people they can afford to offend, so they can only pray that the person the other party is looking for is not themselves. Judging from the other party's cold and indifferent tone, it was clear that they didn't want to save them. On the contrary, they might have a grudge against the person they were looking for. Seeing the 3 people with their heads bowed, Qing Wan looked at the old man on the far left. "So you are the heavenly palace ancestor?" The old man instinctively wanted to deny it, but the other 2 were faster than him. "Yes, that's him." The heavenly ancestor was furious. These 2 sixth brothers sold him off far too quickly. Having come this far, the heavenly ancestor no longer considered denying it. He stood up calmly and walked forward. "Senior, I am..." Bang! Before he could finish speaking, His entire body was blasted into a bloody mist by a palm strike, leaving not a trace. The other two were almost scared to death. How on earth had Tion K offended the other party? Picking up the storage ring left behind by the other party, Qing Wan coldly uttered a sentence. Serves you right for not managing the dynasty properly. Turning to look at Lu Ruyan, he said softly. All right, another matter is resolved. Lu Ruyan nodded and looked in the direction where the Heavenly Palace Elder had disappeared. A cultivator at the void refinement stage died just like that. Is this the importance of strength? Without strength, one will ultimately be bullied by others, unable to protect oneself or one's loved ones. Yo! With a loud cry, a crimson phoenix appeared in the sky. Qing Wan carried Lu Ruyan onto the phoenix's back. Yo! The crimson phoenix glanced at the crowd with disdain, then flapped its wings and vanished into thin air in an instant. Only after the phoenix phantom disappeared did everyone relax. Looking at the remaining crimson flames in the air, I realized that everything that had just happened was real. A cultivator at the void refinement stage was killed just like that. Chapter 111 Pengyun Banquet. The master wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and, to avoid further trouble, hurriedly grabbed the remaining two people and ran away. Only then did the crowd begin to discuss it. I was so scared, my legs were shaking the whole time. Who isn't? A cold sweat runs down my back. These outside cultivators are really disrespecting my southern region. Who told us to be both weak and poor? Among the crowd, only Elder Shi of Wanbage and Elder Gong of the Zhuge family looked in the direction where the female cultivator had just left. They're actually from Chihuang Mountain. No wonder they have such strength, Elder Gong remarked. Zhuge Xiuming, who was standing next to him, asked in confusion. Is it the central region power recorded in the family records? That's a force that even the Zhuge family at its peak couldn't match. However, if we could align with the star chart. Old Master Gong did not continue speaking. Instead, his expression became more forlorn. Elder. Zhuge Xiuming was quite familiar with the history of the Zhuge family. Together with the patriarch of the Zhuge family and the elder of astrology, they established the astrological mystery sect, which at its peak was even among the top 3 forces in the central region. However, problems arose within their Xuanji lineage, and the Zhuge family was forced to leave the Xingxiang Xuanji sect. Fortunately, the Starry Sky lineage still remembered their ancestors' kindness, which is why the Zhuge family was able to escape the central region successfully back then. The fact that they have been able to live peacefully in the southern region over the years is largely related to the celestial phenomena. Let's go back to our tribe and see if there's any good news. Zhuge Xiu knew that the clan elder was referring to the Pengyun Order. Okay. Amidst the discussions, the Pengyun merchant ship quietly flew away. Inside the Pengyun merchant ship, Zhou Yun got up and went outside. Just as he appeared, a phantom rushed toward him at lightning speed. Zhou Yun subconsciously raised his hand to slap it. Smack! A shadow the size of a fist fell to the ground and rolled several times in a very disheveled manner. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A pitiful cry came from the ground. At this moment, Zhou Yun finally saw clearly what the shadow was. It's just a stupid bird that was kept because it was pitiful. She hopped and skipped to her feet, then came to Zhou Yun's side and nuzzled him affectionately. Not bad, you're quite well behaved. I'll call you Qishao. Zhou Yun held it in his palm and teased the little guy. Chirp, chirp. Little Qishao happily bounced around in Zhou Yun's hands. It's no wonder it's a 6th-tier demon beast. Its intelligence is quite high. However, Zhou Yun had no intention of taking care of the child, so he decided to leave it with Uncle Zhou afterward. Uncle Zhou must have a lot of experience in taking care of children. Just as Zhou Yun finished circling around, Uncle Zhou appeared, and Zhou Yun casually tossed Qi Shao to him. Young master, what is this? Uncle Zhou asked, looking at the crimson cloud in his hand. I usually need to cultivate, so I'll take care of you, Zhou Yun casually made up an excuse. Oh right, its name is Qi Shao. Yes, young master. Although Uncle Zhou didn't know why, he just did whatever the young master asked him to do. Seeing Zhou Yun about to leave, Uncle Zhou quickly called out, "Young master, I felt that everyone hadn't had a meal together in a long time, so I arranged a banquet." Zhou Yun was taken aback. The auction had been so successful that they should have a proper get-together. These things were supposed to be arranged by him, but unexpectedly, Uncle Zhou had arranged everything. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Zhou. This is all I should do." Upon arriving at the bamboo grove courtyard, Jiming and the others were already waiting there. Upon seeing Zhou Yun's arrival, they all gathered around, chattering excitedly. "All right, everyone, please take your seats." At Zhou Yun's instruction, everyone obediently sat down in their seats. Even Xiao Qixiao had his own designated spot. It probably arrived last and sat at the very back. He stood blankly on the chair. "Even if I don't know what to do, I can't go wrong by just following what everyone else is doing." Zhou Yun sat down at the front and looked up to see that the table was already full of food. The variety this time is incomparable to that of the last time. Uncle Zhou was also introducing each dish from the side. The spiritual fruits include jade plum, red flame jujube, 100 fragrance rainbow fruit, and honeydew peach. Food options include golden tooth rice, herbal beef bone soup, pan-fried veal ribs, and refreshing lotus root soup. Desserts include honey-infused jade cake, 3-flower pastry, and 100 fruit dew. Looking at the smile on Uncle Zhou's face, Zhou Yun felt that all the delicious food in front of him was the best proof of Pengyun merchant ship's progress. Apart from meat and some side dishes, the rest are the fruits of their labor. Under their care, the space is now teeming with a variety of spiritual fruits and is getting better and better. "Thank you all for your hard work. I should bring out some fine wine to celebrate," Zhou Yun said happily, and then started rummaging through the warehouse. 3 jars of fine wine appeared on the table. This is all thanks to the drunken owner of Thousand Illusions Tower. Otherwise, where would he have found such fine wines? Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Yun waved his hand and opened the jar, instantly filling the air with a rich aroma of wine. These were all kept by Zhou Yun without his permission, simply because they tasted good. "Come on everyone, the banquet has begun, let's drink," Zhou Yun shouted happily. Uncle Zhou and Yu Tong were also helping to pour drinks for everyone. The once quiet bamboo grove courtyard suddenly became lively. Zhou Yun raised his glass and said loudly, "Come on everyone, let's raise our glasses and wish our Pengyun merchant ship all the best, and our lives all the best. Cheers! Cheers! Yo-yo! Chirp chirp!" The dinner party came to a pleasant end amidst everyone's laughter and playful banter. Little Qixiao, probably drinking for the first time, had already collapsed onto the table. They were busy cleaning up the area behind them. After everyone finished their work, they sat down together to rest again. At this moment, Uncle Zhou also served the prepared tea. Everyone sat quietly together, drinking tea and enjoying the leisurely time. After resting, Zhou Yun didn't leave, so naturally the others couldn't leave first either. Zhou Yun looked around. Everyone had finally gathered together. After thinking about the future development, he spoke. "Yu Tong, the auctioneer did a good job. Keep it up. Weaving Fate, you've worked hard too. In the future, you can also go to the exchange tower to select some delicious spiritual fruits or effective spiritual herbs and plant them in your space." Yo! Zhou Yun and Uncle Zhou exchanged a glance. Uncle Zhou did a good job. There's nothing more to say. Seeing that Zhou Yun hadn't said anything, Uncle Zhou was furious. "Young master, is there anything you need me to do?" Uncle Zhou asked anxiously. This feeling of being the only one not talking to felt like being abandoned. The fact that Pengyun merchant ship has developed into what it is today is all thanks to Uncle Zhou. Everyone, let's give Uncle Zhou a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Chapter 112 Assassination at the Heavenly Palace Imperial City. Before leaving, Zhou Yun looked at Uncle Zhou and instructed him, "Uncle Zhou, proceed to the mysterious whale abyss as planned." Understood, young master. Zhou Yun nodded and glanced at the nearly perfect spiritual energy state within Uncle Zhou's body. Focus on breaking through to the golden core stage first. Use any resources you need in the exchange tower. Also, make arrangements for Jiming and the others if they need anything. As for other things, there's no need to rush. After giving his instructions, Zhou Yun disappeared from everyone's sight. Watching Zhou Yun leave, Uncle Zhou's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, his young master's strength had truly increased. I can no longer treat him like a child. I also need to break through to the golden core stage as soon as possible, otherwise I won't be able to keep up with young master's pace. Uncle Zhou turned to look at everyone and said softly, "You all heard what the young master said just now. From now on, focus on your cultivation. If you need anything, just let me know." Okay. Chirp chirp. Oh. Hey. Meanwhile, the outside world was already in chaos. The news that the heavenly ancestor had been killed by a Mahayana cultivator shook the entire southern region. This means that one of the 3 mountains that had been weighing on the heads of the cultivators has collapsed. Without a cultivator at the void refinement stage to oversee it, how can the Heavenly Palace dynasty live up to its name? It is now like a rich treasure mountain, waiting to be carved up by wolves. All parties are accelerating their own plans, hoping to profit from the chaos. What they didn't know was that the Heavenly Palace city was now leaderless. Above the Heavenly Palace Imperial City, Qianhuan stood in mid-air, his body exuding a vast and powerful aura, confronting the 3 nascent soul cultivators in front of him. The operation at Thousand Illusions Tower has been successfully completed, and she has no intention of staying any longer. The assassination attempt on Crown Prince Zhou Yun of Tianke was carried out by taking advantage of the opportunity when the ancestor of Tianke went to attend the Pengyun auction. A considerable amount of time had passed, and she worried that the auction might be over and that the heavenly ancestor might return at any moment. Retreat. Qianhuan channeled his spiritual power and transmitted his voice to the assassins of Qianhuan Tower. In Qianhuan's mind, completing the mission of Pengyun merchant ship was the most important thing. Having witnessed the strength and financial resources of Pengyun merchant ship, Qianhuan dared not slack off in the slightest when it came to Pengyun merchant ship's mission. Moreover, the Tianke dynasty's treasury is now empty, with most of its wealth taken by the Tianke elder to participate in the Pengyun auction. Qianhuan waited quietly for his subordinates to leave, his eyes coldly fixed on the 3 people in front of him. The 3 nascent soul cultivators were also quite helpless. This woman possessed the strength of a perfected nascent soul cultivator, and even with the help of the city's protective formation, they could only barely maintain their balance. It's just that the 3 of them were too weak to unleash the full power of the city protecting formation. Otherwise, dealing with a nascent soul cultivator would be a piece of cake. At this moment, the 3 of them could only hope that their ancestor would return soon. They did not pay much attention to the death of Crown Prince Zhou Yun. As long as ancestor Tianke returns, all the chaos can be easily suppressed, and the Tianke dynasty will remain one of the top powers in the southern region. After the assassins from Thousand Illusion Tower had all retreated. Before leaving, Qianhuan glanced at the other party indifferently, a hint of sarcasm appearing at the corner of her mouth. The figure disappeared into the sky above the imperial city. The matter that had been on her mind was finally resolved, and she could now focus on her secluded cultivation to prepare for her breakthrough to the void refinement stage. The unfinished mission of the Pengyun merchant ship remained a thorn in her heart. Before she finished, she was afraid that when she was overcoming her inner demons, a Pengyun merchant ship would suddenly appear in her path. That would truly defy the heavens. Only after Qianhuan's figure disappeared did the 3 nascent soul cultivators relax their tense bodies. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. Go and stabilize the chaos in the capital. Everything will be fine once the ancestor returns. Yes, this is indeed beyond our expectations. I don't think the ancestor will blame us. Do our best to do our job well and maintain stability in the capital. The 3 of them, exhausted, flew downwards. What they didn't know was that the Heavenly Elder was already dead. The Tianke dynasty, one of the three great dynasties of the southern region, was now merely a name without substance. With the loss of a void refinement cultivator and the death of the crown prince who was supposed to become the new emperor, his fate was already sealed. Only when it is devoured and swallowed up by various powerful forces will it eventually be buried in the dust of history. After retreating, the Thousand Illusions Tower met up at a pre-prepared secret stronghold. However, the atmosphere inside the base room was tense, and no one spoke. A man dressed in black sat in the corner, exuding a terrifyingly cold aura. He held a woman in red in his arms. The woman's red clothes were stained dark red with blood. The woman's face was pale, and her breath was extremely weak. However, she still held the man in front of her tightly with both hands, resting her head on his chest. There was no fear of death on her face, but rather a faint smile. "Don't be sad." Hong Wan wanted to raise her arm to stroke Lang Feng's cheek, but she couldn't even do that small gesture now. Just as she raised her hand to fall, a long, slender hand grasped hers. Lang Feng removed the mask he had worn for so long. He probably couldn't even remember the last time he had taken it off to show himself. "Gently take Hong Wan's hand and place it on your face." This instantaneous touch caused Lang Feng's body to tremble slightly. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Wiping away Lang Feng's tears, Hong Wan wore a satisfied smile. "You're still so handsome." Looking at the familiar yet more mature and robust face before her, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Hong Wan's eyes, and her smile became even more poignant. "I won't let you die," Lang Feng said in an icy voice. Hong Wan shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. She said weakly, "It's good enough. At least for now. I'm happy." Hong Wan slowly closed her eyes, her life force seemingly about to dissipate at any moment. "I won't let you die." Lang Feng repeated this sentence, his voice becoming increasingly obsessive. He kept Hong Wan's last breath alive with his spiritual power, and his aura grew colder and colder, making everyone in the room afraid to speak. At this moment, they dared not utter any words of comfort, for anyone could see that Hong Wan was beyond saving. If they say anything unnecessary, and Lang Feng goes berserk in the end, they'll be in trouble. At this moment, Chen Huan finally arrived. His gaze swept over the silent crowd, then fell on Hong Wan, and his brows suddenly furrowed. What happened? Upon seeing Chen Huan appear, everyone in the room secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment, Xuexia said in a deep voice, "When I was trying to assassinate Zhou Yun, I was ambushed by a nascent soul cultivator." "It was to save me," Lang Feng said in an icy voice. If she hadn't deflected some of the attack in time, Hong Wan would probably be completely. Chapter 113 Finding a Cure. The losses during this assassination attempt in the Imperial City were within Chen Huan's expectations. But Lang Feng is the leader of the Thousand Illusion Towers Assassination Division, so this matter cannot be decided hastily. As Chen Huan was deep in thought, Lang Feng's icy gaze also fell upon her. Now, he knew there was only one place where he could hope to save Hong Wan, the Pengyun merchant ship. Meeting Lang Feng's gaze, Chen Huan naturally guessed what he was thinking. "You may all leave now." After everyone left, Chen Huan looked at Lang Feng. The Pengyun merchant ship does indeed have a way to save Hong Wan from her fire, but the Chen Huan Tower currently does not have enough treasures to exchange for it. Chen Huan didn't say anything more and handed the Pengyun Token directly to Lang Feng. He couldn't help but add, "If you encounter the owner of the Pengyun merchant ship, be sure to be polite, it will be of some help." He reached out and took Hong Wan's body, maintaining the flow of spiritual energy. "Go quickly and come back quickly." "Thanks." Chen Huan was taken aback when she heard Lang Feng's thanks. It's quite rare to hear such words from this cold-blooded fellow. The Pengyun Token never belonged to her personally, but to the entire Thousand Illusion Tower. After obtaining the Pengyun Token, there were clear regulations regarding its use. Normally, it's kept by her, but the three leaders can use it whenever they need it. Watching Lang Feng's figure disappear, Chen Huan sighed softly. Hopefully we can find a solution, otherwise. Meanwhile, Lang Yun appeared inside Pengyun merchant ship. What came into view was a simple thatched hut. After looking around, I went straight to the place where I could exchange Pengyun points. They threw the entire storage ring in, probably still worried it wouldn't be enough. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a dark dagger gleaming with a cold light appeared in his hand. Looking at the dagger in his hand, Lang Feng's icy gaze softened as he gently stroked the surface of the dagger. The dagger seemed to sense its owner's emotions and trembled slightly. Lang Feng gritted his teeth and threw it in. He glanced at the Pengyun points on the token, then hurriedly turned and ran towards the exchange tower. Hongwan is at the late nascent soul stage, so ordinary items are of little use to her. So Lang Feng went straight to the 4th floor, but looking at the numerous yellow orbs of light in front of him, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. I walked quickly among countless moving orbs of light, but searching blindly like this was too difficult. He didn't have much time left, and Hongwan couldn't hold on for much longer either. The usually calm and collected Lang Feng finally broke down, unable to hold back his resentment. The solution is right in front of you, but you can't find it. At this moment, street urchins appeared aboard Pengyun's merchant ship. Wang Hao, who was idly wandering around the exchange tower, was attracted by the roar and slowly approached. "Brother, what's wrong?" Having stayed a long time on the Pengyun merchant ship, Wang Hao became much more casual in his actions. Since he wouldn't encounter any danger anyway, he would sometimes chat with other cultivators or guide newcomers. The cultivator in front of them was undoubtedly a newcomer who might not yet be familiar with how to use the exchange tower. Lang Feng looked up at the figure beside him. Based on his past personality, he probably wouldn't have bothered with it, but now he really needs to know if there's a way to accurately find the item he needs. "I'm looking for healing items. Is there any way to do that?" Lang Feng's voice trembled slightly. He longed for a valid answer, not a negative one. Wang Hao hadn't expected the question to be so simple. Before he could even speak, a figure darted in front of him, startling him. "What method?" Lang Feng asked urgently. "Take out the Pengyun token, scroll to the very end, and enter what you are looking for. The corresponding light clusters will gradually gather around you." Wang Hao sensed the urgency in the person in front of him and didn't say anything more, guiding Lang Feng step by step. Upon seeing that the other party's Pengyun token had nearly 40 million Pengyun points, he was immediately taken aback. This guy is a big shot. Just type in the word, heal. Following Wang Hao's instructions, Lang Feng input the information, and immediately, yellow light clusters began to gather throughout the entire 4th floor space. Seeing the gathering of light, a hint of joy flashed in Lang Feng's eyes. In his excitement, he almost forgot about Wang Hao, who had helped him. "Thanks." Lang Feng's words of thanks were extremely sincere. "I originally wanted to give them some money or valuables as a token of my gratitude. However, he has now exchanged everything he has for Pengyun points, and he needs to use Pengyun points to exchange for something that can save his life. It's all right. Go ahead and do your thing." Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. As he left, Lang Feng's voice came from behind him again. "If we have the chance to meet again, I will definitely present you with a generous gift." Lang Feng might have felt that a simple thank you was insincere, but Wang Hao genuinely had no intention of expecting anything in return. "Okay, then see you again sometime." Wang Hao left gracefully, without taking the other person's words to heart. Inside the Pengyun merchant ship, everyone was a stranger to each other, and the last conversation between the two seemed more like a casual joke. Looking at the yellow ball of light gathering in front of him, Lang Feng quickly probed it. 100 herbs blood coagulating pill. It can quickly repair external injuries and seal wounds. The returning origin meridian pill. Treats meridian ruptures caused by combat, martial arts techniques, breakthroughs, etc. Blood essence ginseng. Replenishes cultivators with a large amount of blood and essence. 500-year-old stalactite liquid. Rich in pure spiritual energy and vitality of heaven and earth, it can effectively nourish cultivators. The Wood Vitality Talisman. It can mobilize the energy of wood. Its effect is even greater when used in areas with lush vegetation. The Rejuvenating Spirit Lamp. It emits a unique spiritual light that helps cultivators quickly recover their spiritual energy and accelerates wound healing. They searched through all the items, but most of them could only treat ordinary injuries and were not enough to effectively restore Hong Wan's health. However, Lang Feng still left behind a few things that could alleviate Hong Wan's injuries. They are Guiyuan Yunmai Dan, Shuejing Xin, Wubai Nian Zhongru Yi, and Imu Shengji Fu. A hint of resentment flashed across Lang Feng's face, and his gaze involuntarily turned to the 5th floor. 5th-tier treasures are everywhere, but with less than 40 million Pengyun points, how can I possibly exchange them for healing pills that can revive cultivators? Just in case. Clinging to that sliver of hope, Lang Feng arrived at the 5th floor. Gathering the healing pills, Lang Feng eagerly opened them to examine them. Finally, Lang Feng found the 2 items he needed. 5th grade, mid-level, Millennium Earth Core Jade Marrow. Contains immense vitality and energy. Just a drop can rekindle the life force of a dying person and prolong a cultivator's lifespan. Note, it can only prolong life. Healing requires finding other methods. 5th grade superior level Purple Mansion Returning Origin Pill. It forcibly stabilizes and repairs the damaged nascent soul and divine soul. As long as the nascent soul has not dissipated, taking this pill will allow the cultivator to slowly recover. Chapter 114 Discoveries during enhancement. He needed both of these items, but when he saw the prices, his heart sank. 1,000-year-old marrow from the Earth's core, a drop from 1,000,000 Pengyun clouds. The most important Purple Mansion Returning Origin Pill requires 50 million Pengyun points. Faced with this price, Lang Feng's expression showed a moment of panic, but he quickly regained his composure. This outcome was exactly what he expected, allowing a nascent soul cultivator to recover from a near-death experience. A price of 50 million Pengyun points is reasonable. His gaze lingered on the Purple Mansion Returning Origin Pill for a moment, but after exchanging it for only 10 drops of 1,000-year Earth Core Jade Marrow, he decisively turned and left. Upon seeing Lang Feng appear, Chen Huan asked with concern, "How is it? Have you found a solution?" Lang Feng nodded, then shook his head. Chen Huan actually understood this inexplicable action. "It's good that there's a way. We just need to work hard to make money afterward. Right now, the main thing is to stabilize Hong Wan's life." Lang Feng took Hong Wan's body, first dripping a drop of jade marrow into her mouth, and then slowly dissolving it by circulating his spiritual power. A moment later, a hint of joy flashed across Lang Feng's icy face. Although Hong Wan was not yet awake, she could clearly feel that the life force within her body was no longer flowing away, and had even increased somewhat. Chen Huan, who was standing nearby, naturally saw everything. That milky white liquid was truly amazing. The rich vitality mixed with a faint fragrance made her lick her lips. "I really want to eat it." Lang Feng did not stop what he was doing, and continued to feed Hong Wan 4th-tier healing pills into her mouth. The injuries gradually healed under the treatment of the medicinal pills. But the most serious problems are those affecting the dantian and meridians. Only the Purple Mansion Returning to Origin Pill can possibly heal such injuries. Lang Feng returned the Pengyun Token to Chen Huan. He picked up Hong Wan's body and walked outside. "My auction point is inside, remember to write it down for me." "No." Chen Huan felt relieved. Although the matter was not resolved, at least things had stabilized. Lang Feng is one of the 3 nascent soul cultivators of their 1,000 Illusions Tower. She was truly afraid that he would become despondent because of this incident. They're quite wealthy. Seeing the remaining 20 million Pengyun points on the Pengyun Token, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. How could she know that Lang Feng had exchanged all his beloved weapons for these Pengyun points? Meanwhile, inside the Pengyun merchant ship. After finishing his day of cultivation, Zhou Yun subconsciously opened the back end. Suddenly, I noticed something was wrong. Who redeemed so many items? It's been a long time since I've upgraded anything, so I couldn't help but rub my hands together. Hopefully, I'll have better luck today. As the golden light flashed continuously, Xiaobai's long-lost notification sound rang in my ears. Congratulations, Master, on completing the triple enhancement and obtaining the Tier 2 mid-grade bone-eating flower. Congratulations, Master, on completing the double enhancement and obtaining a Tier 1 supreme heartbreak grass. Congratulations, Master, on completing the 4th tier enhancement and obtaining the 5th tier mid-grade soul-splitting orchid. Zhou Yun couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, could it be the 1000 Illusion Pavilion again? Why are they all using highly poisonous herbs and pills? I checked the Pengyun token that the person who exchanged it had, and it was the same one he had given to Qian Huanlu. So what if it's highly poisonous? As long as the level is high, it will bring about a qualitative change. Perhaps, it might even kill Mahayana or tribulation transcending cultivators. However, the idea is wonderful, but these highly poisonous items are only at the 5th level at most. If you want to obtain a highly poisonous item that can threaten a Mahayana cultivator, you would have to enhance it at least tenfold. Although he didn't think he was unlucky, he knew that a tenfold boost wasn't something that could happen all the time. It would be great if there was a safety net. After throwing all these items into the exchange tower, Zhou Yun then focused on enhancing his cultivation techniques. Congratulations, Master, on completing the double enhancement and obtaining the yellow-grade superior cultivation technique, thick earth technique. Congratulations, Master, on completing the Sevenfold enhancement and obtaining the earth-grade mid-level great sun-burning heaven technique. Congratulations, Master, on completing the triple enhancement and obtaining the profound grade low-level surging wave technique. This was the first time Zhou Yun had ever strengthened so many cultivation techniques at once, and they were all quite diverse. It must have been a trophy obtained by the other party after assassinating someone. Suddenly, Zhou Yun stopped what he was doing. He seemed to have been ignoring a problem. That is, it seems that the techniques in the handwritten copies can also be strengthened, and a large number of handwritten copies appeared during the strengthening process just now. Low-level martial arts techniques are worthless, but high-level techniques are valuable. If even handwritten copies of earth-level and heaven-level cultivation techniques could be used for enhancement. Thinking of this, a look of excitement flashed across Zhou Yun's face. He casually picked up a mid-grade local cultivation technique and began copying it. After copying it down, Zhou Yun picked up the copied cultivation technique and examined it carefully, his brows furrowing involuntarily. This doesn't feel good. This is an extremely ordinary cultivation technique, without any profound or mysterious laws or principles related to cultivation. Strengthen. With a try-it-out mentality, Zhou Yun began to strengthen his understanding of the handwritten cultivation technique. Golden light slowly enveloped it, and Zhou Yun's eyes lit up when he saw this. It seems feasible, but it feels like something's missing. Unable to figure it out, he directly asked Xiaobai, "Xiaobai, can the cultivation techniques copied at the earth or heaven levels also be strengthened?" Xiaobai's voice rang out. "Yes, Master. However, whether it is earth level or heaven level, if it does not contain the original heavenly Dao law, it can only be strengthened at the level of mid-grade profound." After listening to Xiaobai's words, Zhou Yun gradually understood. It roughly means to use a mid-grade Shen level as a base and then enhance it exponentially. Smack. How stupid of me. This enhancement technique is a risk-free business. High-level techniques are very valuable. Why didn't I think of that before? The golden light dissipated, and Xiaobai's voice rang in Zhou Yun's ears, interrupting his rambling. Congratulations, Master, on completing the quadruple enhancement and obtaining the Earth-grade mid-level 9 revolutions profound origin technique. A pale green wooden board, about the size of 2 palms, floated in front of him. It was surrounded by the profound and ever-flowing laws of life, and fine dark green characters were engraved on the board. Success. I obtained a brand new Earth-level cultivation technique so easily. Zhou Yun stroked the surface of the wooden board, and even so, he could feel a unique artistic conception belonging to the cultivation technique. This is the most obvious difference between the Shen level and the D level. One is recognized by the laws of heaven, while the other is not. Cultivation techniques that are recognized by the laws of heaven naturally carry a trace of the ultimate principles of those laws, and are also key to breaking through to the nascent soul stage. This means that cultivators must practice earth-level cultivation techniques in order to break through to the nascent soul stage. This is why there are so few cultivation techniques of earth level or higher outside the martial arts world. Aside from the fact that major powers prohibit its circulation and regard it as part of their power base. The most important thing is that earth-level cultivation techniques cannot be copied. Only after cultivating them to a state of divine perfection and fully comprehending them can the techniques be passed down. Chapter 115 The Lament of Immortals. Not bad, the cultivation techniques in the exchange tower will probably be abundant in the future. Zhou Yun's lips almost split into a grin. He hadn't realized such a simple truth before. Later, we can have Uncle Zhou copy more cultivation techniques. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Zhou Yun shook his head. At this moment, even he himself felt that he was too bad, making Uncle Zhou do everything, which would surely wear out his old bones. Sigh, I'll do it myself. We'll see how things go later. With a wave of his hand, he threw all the enhanced techniques into the exchange tower. The main purpose of these techniques was to fill the inventory. Then I spent some more time upgrading the remaining items. In the end, only 2 things remained. A storage ring of decent quality and a black dagger. Storage ring. This thing hasn't been enhanced yet. I wonder what will appear. It should be related to space. Compared to the dagger, Zhou Yun was more interested in the storage ring. This is something Lang Feng didn't know. If he knew that his precious weapon was being looked down upon, and was even less valuable than a storage ring, he would have been ready to fight Zhou Yun to the death. Strengthen. The golden light enveloped the storage ring and lingered for a long time. Seeing this, Zhou Yun's eyes lit up. They've arrived. It feels right. After a long while, I finally heard Xiao Bai's voice. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations on completing the Tenfold enhancement and obtaining the 10 Directions Universe Ring. Zhou Yun excitedly clicked on the details. Item: 10 Directions Universe Ring. Type: Space Item. Level: Acquired Spiritual Treasure. Function: It can contain all things in the universe, with an extremely large space. Details: Very pretentious. The smile on Zhou Yun's face disappeared the moment he finished reading the message. You told me that the biggest use of an acquired spiritual treasure is that it can hold a lot of things. Even if you could contain the entire Xian Tian cultivation world, what good would it do? It's not even a useless storage ring. Is it because you're pretentious? Can it then become an acquired spiritual treasure? Shouldn't it be a spatial treasure that can create spiritual fields, or a Sumeru grotto heaven that can create immortal abodes? Fiddled with the thing in his hand, Zhou Yun really didn't know what to do with it. In the end, I decided to avoid seeing it and threw it into the exchange tower. 1,000,000 years later, if no cultivator wants it, Zhou Yun can give it another chance to change its fate. Don't disappoint me again. Picking up the unassuming black dagger, Zhou Yun muttered to himself. Strengthen. Seeing the golden light that hadn't dissipated for a long time, Zhou Yun jumped up excitedly. Haha, I'm so lucky today. Zhou Yun had never encountered such a situation before. Was this some kind of compensation for himself? After a long wait, Xiao Bai's voice finally reached my ears. Congratulations, Master, on completing the Tenfold enhancement and obtaining the 7th tier top-grade acquired spiritual treasure, the Immortal's Lament. Zhou Yun was taken aback. The name Xiuxian is impressive, but you are just an acquired spiritual treasure. Do you think you can slaughter immortals? Looking at the black dagger in front of him, which had no ferocity whatsoever but instead exuded a sense of deathly stillness, Zhou Yun felt that it was more like a work of art. Holding it in your hand, You can see that it's not made of gold or iron, but rather a dark, mysterious crystal that feels cool to the touch. What's most peculiar is that its light isn't emitted outwards, but rather contained within, with a dark purple glow shimmering inside the dagger. Tiscaise, as expected of a killing weapon, it has concealed its sharpness to the extreme. Is this personality influenced by your former master? Your previous master took out a bunch of poisons. He was obviously a nobody in the cultivation world, hiding in the shadows and secretly plotting against people. Buzzing. The dagger trembled a few times, the sound carrying a hint of sorrow. Spiritual artifacts already possess a certain degree of spirituality, not to mention that this dagger was a mid-grade 5th-tier acquired magic weapon before it was enhanced. Zhou Yun's enhancement will not erase their spirituality. On the contrary, it will strengthen them. Some of the personality traits that this dagger developed from its former owner have naturally been transferred to this new weapon. Since your master handed you over to me in the end, it means he abandoned you. There's no need for you to think about these things anymore. You're just a weapon. Why are you being so sentimental? Is that interesting? It's something even people can't understand, let alone a weapon. Even if you wore away all your intelligence, you still wouldn't understand. Buzzing. As Zhou Yun muttered to himself, Xiuxian trembled even more violently. The buzzing sound continued, and finally it gave up, the purple light inside its body dimming. It's like a person losing their dreams. Forehead. Seeing that Xiuxian was no longer moving, Zhou Yun couldn't help but sigh and say, "I will find you a new master later." Buzz. Zhou Yun brought his eyes closer. It seemed to have moved just now. He poked it again, but when it didn't move, Zhou Yun lost interest in teasing it. Stop fooling around and open the message to check it. Item: Immortal's Lament. Type: Dagger. Rank: 7th grade supreme acquired spiritual treasure. Effect: Sky piercing. Attacks can pierce through space and defenses, directly hitting the target. Dao injury. The wounds caused by the absolute immortal Psi will harden into strange, dark-colored crystals, and will continue to spread with spiritual power, eventually sealing the cultivator's dantian and meridians, turning them into mortals who cannot use spiritual power. The Psi of immortal annihilation. An ultimate strike, unleashing the power of immortality through self-sacrifice, capable of annihilating even the soul of a Mahayana cultivator. Note: use with extreme caution. Any cultivator who uses this will undoubtedly die. The Psi of immortal annihilation will also dissipate into the world after its activation. Details: because of his master's abandonment, Xiuxian wanted to become stronger so he could stay by his master's side forever. To live and die with his master, he even cultivated Xiuxian's strongest attack. Wow! After reading the detailed information, Zhou Yun's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He brought the dagger back to his eyes for a closer look, and realized that this seemingly ordinary dagger actually had some merit. It is indeed a treasure, but isn't your personality a bit too extreme? This is not good. Zhou Yun shook his head. How could someone, out of fear of being abandoned by their master, devise a plan to die with their master? Hopefully, you'll never have to use that desperate trick of yours. From this introduction, Zhou Yun made a new discovery. That is, the inherent characteristics of an item can actually affect its enhancement. What's going on? Xiaobai, does the item's inherent characteristics affect enhancement? Yes, master. Xiaobai explained. For example, the Xiuxian cannot determine what the enhanced item will be, but some of the item's effects will be adjusted according to its characteristics, making the weapon more perfect and suitable. Master, don't worry. This kind of thing usually only happens with weapons. For example, some weapons that dislike killing will have their effects adjusted to be supportive. Some weapons that are born for killing, such as the immortal Psi, are mostly obsessive, but it is precisely because of their characteristics that they can be forged into powerful attacks. Understood. Xiuxian, this is probably the moment you've always wanted. Chapter 116: Shocking Changes in the Southern Region. That day, Zhou Yun arrived at the reception room. As soon as I entered, I saw a copy of the Astrological Mysteries Report Southern Region newspaper next to the counter, and picked it up. He sat down in a chair and took out a bottle of spirit wine from the storeroom. He no longer tries to brew tea himself. His skills are nowhere near as good as Uncle Zhou's. During this process, Zhou Yun casually glanced at the newspaper. A shocking upheaval has occurred in the southern region. 3 great dynasties have fallen. He hadn't noticed it before, but this simple title had really piqued his interest. The 3 great dynasties were top-tier powers that had ruled the southern region for tens of thousands of years. Did they really come to an end so easily? What exactly happened in the southern region in such a short period of time? Zhou Yun started flipping through the pages. The 3 great dynasties of Tiankei, Zhou Yun, and Lonyue in the southern region have successively suffered tremendous changes, and their millennia-old foundations have collapsed in an instant. Turmoil has begun in the southern region. After a brief summary, the detailed process is described below. First, the Heavenly Elder perished at the auction. 1,000 Illusion Tower assassins returned and launched a surprise attack on the Heavenly Elder Imperial City. After the auction, the Heavenly Elder was killed with a single palm strike by a mysterious cultivator. The mysterious force will not be revealed at this time. Secondly, the 2 great patriarchs of the Zhou Yun and Lonyue dynasties have been controlled by Buddhist cultivators from the western regions. Based on my understanding of Buddhist cultivators from the western regions, the fate of my Wanbage might not be better than death. Smack. After reading the detailed information, Zhou Yun angrily slammed the newspaper on the table. This Wanbao pavilion is really dishonest. You should explain in detail where this mysterious force comes from. What's so special about these Western region Buddhist cultivators? Since Wanbage sells information, some of that information may be deliberately hidden and would likely require payment to purchase. They really don't waste any opportunity to make money. No wonder they are the #1 business force in the cultivation world. Zhou Yun poured himself a glass of wine and drank it down, calming his previously agitated emotions. The Wanbage store is keeping the news of its sale secret, teasing people to guess what's going on. Isn't that Starry Sky Mystery Report, Southern Region newspaper purchased by cultivators using spirit stones? Surprisingly, they even came up with a hidden premium version. Just as Zhou Yun was drinking and complaining, a calm and elegant voice came to his ear. Greetings, young Master Zhou. This is my first visit, and I have come to pay my respects. Zhou Yun heard the sound and looked up. This was an elderly man, somewhat frail, with a deep and profound aura, and his eyes brimming with spiritual energy. Hello, welcome. He still remembered the old man with the late-stage nascent soul cultivation level. He had seen him several times at the auction. The old man did not hide his identity and frankly said, I am Zhuge Gong, from the Zhuge family. Zhou Yun had never heard of the Zhuge family before, and simply nodded casually. Sit down and let's talk. Thank you. Zhuge Gong sat down opposite Zhou Yun. Actually, he didn't have any questions to ask, but he felt that since it was his first time visiting the Pengyun merchant ship, he should pay a visit to the host. We still need to consider etiquette. What do you want with me? It's just a simple visit, but... Zhuge Gong paused, his gaze falling on the crumpled newspaper on the table. He said, if young Master Zhou is interested in the information on there, I do know a thing or two. A glint of light flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. He was genuinely interested. Then tell me. Seeing Zhou Yun's interest, Zhuge Gong smiled. Being able to build a closer relationship with the owner of the Pengyun merchant ship, whether it was useful or not, was a good thing. This Pengyun Token was something the Zhuge family had obtained with great difficulty, and he had even sacrificed 1,000 years of his lifespan for it. I won't go into the details of what's written there. Upon hearing the other party's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. This old man was quite good at handling things, unlike Wanbage, which kept him in suspense. A sense of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Actually, that mysterious force comes from Qihuang Mountain, one of the 3 hidden forces in the central region. Any of these hidden forces possesses strength comparable to the top 3 forces in the central region. No one dares to provoke them easily, nor does anyone dare to test them. And Qihong Mountain possesses a supreme treasure called the Phoenix-attracting bell. Any cultivator or demon beast in the world that awakens a phoenix-related physique or bloodline will be attracted by the Phoenix-attracting bell. The Phoenix, is a divine beast favored by heaven and earth. It's hard to imagine the true strength of Qihong Mountain. Zhou Yun had never heard of these things before, and he really should go and see them. This vast cultivation world is truly full of mystery. Come on, let's drink. Zhou Yun was pleased to hear this and generously poured the old man a cup of his treasured spirit wine. Upon seeing the wine offered by Zhou Yun, Zhuge Gong hurriedly stepped forward and accepted it with both hands. Thank you, thank you. Zhuge Gong accepted the wine and laughed loudly. Since I am fortunate enough to drink wine from Pengyun merchant ship, I must savor it properly. I won't let you down, Zhou Yun said with a smile. Although his tea brewing skills were mediocre, he was very confident in the spirit wine he had chosen. He never considers the effects of spirit wine when choosing it. Instead, he focuses on the taste it imparts. Zhuge Gong took a small sip, then closed his eyes to savor it. It has a sweet taste with a rich peach flavor. After drinking it, a warm feeling spreads from the body, making you feel refreshed. Zhuge Gong opened his eyes and looked at the wine in his hand. The pale blue liquid was crystal clear, and the aroma of the wine lingered. Good wine, really good wine. Since the Zhuge family came to the southern region, they have been frugal, using most of their cultivation resources for the cultivation of their descendants. He can't remember the last time he has tasted such fine wine. This wasn't an exaggeration on his part, it was just that small bite that had given him a feeling of rebirth, like withered trees coming back to life. This wine must contain extremely rich vitality, and the ingredients used in its brewing are not ordinary precious medicines, but must be brewed from high-grade longevity-promoting spiritual herbs. I'm glad you like it, Zhou Yun said with a faint smile, without offering any further explanation. Zhuge Gong hesitated before asking, could you tell me the name of this wine? Jade Elixir Peach Spring seems to be brewed with some kind of 10,000-year-old jade marrow liquid and longevity peaches. I think its most wonderful thing is that after drinking it, the moment you feel revitalized, you feel like your whole body is being sublimated. Zhuge Gong smacked his lips, finished the rest of the wine in his glass in one gulp, and savored the sense of sublimation that Zhou Yun had described. A happy smile unconsciously appeared on his somewhat aged face. At this moment, he forgot his troubles and felt as if his body had become young again. A moment later, Zhuge Xiu opened his eyes with some regret. The feeling just now was indeed wonderful, but it was too fleeting. Moreover, he was at the late stage of the integration realm, so apart from the pleasant taste and the ability to indulge in daydreams, this wine offered him very little benefit. If a nascent soul or void refinement cultivator were to drink this wine, they would likely benefit immensely. However, judging from Zhou Yun's casual tone just now, the other party probably just regarded it as a beverage. All I can say is that Pengyun merchant ships is incredibly wealthy and powerful. Seeing that the other person had calmed down, Zhou Yun asked, there's Mount Qihong in the central region, so I wonder if there's another force composed of dragons? Chapter 117 The Three Treasures of the Western Regions. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Zhuge Gong was clearly taken aback and glanced at Zhou Yun with a surprised expression. He nodded slowly. Yes. Really? Zhou Yun never expected that his casual remark would actually come true. After all, he just felt that since there was a force composed of phoenixes, then there should also be dragons of equal strength. Zhuge Gong didn't let Zhou Yun speculate wildly, and spoke directly. The Dragon Clan's power has always been among the top 3 in the central region. Compared to the low-key nature of Qihong Mountain, the Dragon Clan is strong-willed and arrogant, dominating a sea area and is very famous in the central region. Wanlong Sea is the territory of the Dragon Clan. Young Master Zhou, you can go and have a look if you have the chance. The Dragon Clan loves to collect treasures, so I don't think you will be disappointed. Zhou Yun nodded. One long high. If you have the chance, you can go and take a look. The two chatted casually, and Zhou Yun generously treated the other to a few drinks. Suddenly, Zhuge Gong asked, "Does young Master Zhou still remember those two female cultivators from the last auction?" As Zhou Yun drank his wine, the images of the two female cultivators appeared in his mind. He nodded. "I remember, it should be from Qihuang Mountain." At that time, Lu Ruyan's golden phoenix spirit left a deep impression on him. That's right. With a Mahayana cultivator as her protector and a phoenix as her mount, that young female cultivator must be the current goddess of Qihuang Mountain. The central region is about to get quite lively. In the near future, young Master Zhou might as well take a trip to the central region. He'll likely encounter quite a few interesting things. Zhou Yun nodded. He would definitely go to the central region. Qihuang Mountain rarely travels outside. This trip to the southern region might be related to their goddess. That goddess may have come from the southern region. The last gift that young Master Zhou left for the southern region was not obtained by outsiders. Southern region. Zhou Yun frowned slightly, not having much of an impression of the female cultivator. However, given the current reputation of Pengyun merchant ship, it's unlikely to attract the attention of hidden forces in the central region. The goddess of Qihuang Mountain is most likely from the southern region. He shook his head, not caring much about these things. Whether it was obtained by cultivators from the southern region is no longer important. What do you know about the western regions? Zhou Yun asked softly. However, these words caused Zhuge Gong's expression to change instantly, and his previously kind smile turned extremely ugly. This was the first time Zhuge Gong ignored Zhou Yun and instead picked up the wine in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. He then sighed and said, "I apologize for my rudeness." Zhou Yun waved his hand, not caring at all. Instead, he was even more curious about what secrets the western regions were hiding. Both Wanbage and the old man in front of them were extremely reluctant to talk about the western regions, as if there were monstrous floods and beasts in that place, making people subconsciously want to avoid it. Seeing the undisguised curiosity in Zhou Yun's eyes, and even giving him a drink as a reward, Zhuge Gong's cheek twitched slightly. He slowly began to speak. "The western regions, how should I put it? It's comparable to hell, but it's not even 1/10,000th as bad as hell. It's a world that eats people." I wonder if she was thinking of some unpleasant memories? Zhuge Gong's voice was full of fear and desolation as he drank the wine in front of him in one gulp. "Oh, tell me more about it." Zhou Yun poured the other person another glass of fine wine. Zhuge Gong drank it all in one gulp, savoring the taste of the wine before beginning his explanation. The western regions have 3 infamous treasures, yet they attract countless cultivators. These are the human extreme pill from the Pure Land sect, the 7 emotions pill from the Joyful sect, and the heavenly soul liquid from the heavenly Zen temple. The human extreme pill can enhance cultivation, the heavenly soul liquid can enhance the soul, and the 7 emotions pill can harmonize the surge in a cultivator's strength. How perfectly they complement each other. This also made them the 3 major powers in the western regions. Sad. Zhou Yun's face was full of doubt. Could there be something hidden about these things? Do these products have side effects? Zhuge Gong shook his head and said, "Yes and no." Seeing Zhuge Gong shaking his head, holding an empty wine cup, and rubbing his beard, Zhou Yun wanted to slap him. This old geezer, is he trying to trick me into drinking his wine? Zhou Yun ignored the other person, giving them a take it or leave it attitude, and started drinking his wine. Seeing that Zhou Yun ignored him, he glanced longingly at the fine wine on the table and continued telling his story. "I just hope that if I speak well in the future, I can get a reward from the big shots. Actually, the western regions used to be a holy land for Buddhist cultivation. Back then, it was a place where all kinds of flowers bloomed. It's just that due to some historical reasons, the entire Xiantian cultivation world suffered a major blow, and some unorthodox Buddhist cultivators took the opportunity to rise up. The Buddhist practitioners in the Western regions today are like livestock raised by the three major powers, offering so-called incense and vows every day, completely lacking self-awareness. He listened to stories about the Western regions while sipping his wine. Zhou Yun thought to himself, "These people from the Western regions are truly hateful. They're even more detestable than the evil cultivators." In comparison, he felt that the Pure Land School's human ultimate elixir was the one that caused the least harm. Pooh! Thinking of this, Zhou Yun couldn't help but spit out a curse, feeling sorry for the thought that had come to mind. How could he have such a thought? To think that the method of obtaining the human extreme pill is better is truly garbage compared to garbage. Zhuge Gong, who was standing nearby, stopped listening and looked at Zhou Yun in surprise. What was the meaning of the pooey just now? Did I say something wrong? Looking up, Zhou Yun met Zhuge Gong's gaze, and an awkward smile flashed across his face. "Haha, well said. Let's drink, let's drink." A smile immediately appeared on Zhuge Gong's old face, and he hurriedly picked up the wine cup with both hands. "Great, I've received another tip from a big shot." Zhuge Gong savored the wine, having already said most of what needed to be said. Zhou Yun was still thinking about the methods of refining those three evil items. The impression was so deep that he couldn't forget them even if he wanted to. Human perfection. Using humanity as soil. Cultivating the fruits of the Tao. Using a cultivator's body as a medicinal field. Secret medicine is used to forcefully accelerate its growth. Once mature, all usable elements, including the cultivator's life essence, soul essence, and cultivation essence, are extracted and condensed into a Tao fruit. Moreover, the process is quite complicated. It involves selecting and accelerating the growth of the seed based on the cultivator's aptitude. If the cultivator can break through to the golden core stage, they will enter the next stage, known as transplantation, where they will receive excellent cultivation. This process is carried out step by step. I've heard that in the history of the Pure Land School, an 8th grade human extreme pill was cultivated, which is a truly precious medicine. Even Mahayana cultivators were extremely envious, so who cared where this 8th grade human extreme pill came from? Any method can be tried to improve one's strength. Moreover, it's not about making them have sex. It's just about the Tao fruit being nurtured by cultivators. I'm more able to accept it now. Chapter 118 The Plan, Western Regions. As for the other two methods, they are even more cruel, making life worse than death for cultivators. The 7 Emotions Pill. Using desire as fire to refine essence into an elixir. The Joyful Sect uses secret medicine to force cultivators, demonic beasts, or cultivators and demonic beasts into unnecessary sexual relations. Details omitted. Through various proportions, the optimal solution was achieved. By collecting the necessary joys, sorrows, fears, loves, desires, and hates, and as emotions are slowly drained, the cultivator will eventually become a numb person with no reaction. In order to obtain more of the necessary materials, the Joyful Sect has long had a well-developed process, which roughly includes arousing desire, gathering qi, and extracting essence. Heavenly Soul Elixir. Using the souls of all living beings as fuel to light a Buddhist lamp. Tianshan Temple passed on its secret techniques to its believers, instructing them to chant scriptures and recite Buddhist mantras daily. However, during this process, the cultivators would be slowly converted, and their original spiritual essence would gradually be lost. This process is similar to that of the Pure Land School, involving a selection process followed by worshipping the Buddha, preaching, and enlightenment. Moreover, these 3 items are only the most famous items from the Western regions. There are countless other evil items. After learning about the details of the Western regions, Zhou Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. On the path of cultivation, the Western regions have indeed found a shortcut. However, these things cultivated by cultivators are ultimately not recognized by the heavenly Tao, posing not only great hidden dangers but also the risk of heavenly tribulations. At that moment, he understood. The arrival of these Western region Buddhist cultivators suggests that the fate of the still-standing Zhou Yun and Lonyue dynasties may not be any better than that of the already extinct Tiankei dynasty. Who knows, The southern region might eventually become a breeding ground for Buddhist cultivators from the western regions. Well, Zhou Yun sighed and looked at the Zhuge palace in front of him. He asked, why didn't the western regions invade the southern regions in the past, but waited until now? Upon hearing Zhou Yun's question, Zhuge Gong was taken aback. Subconsciously, I said, because of the Shen-Tian alliance. Zhou Yun frowned. What was this thing? Seeing the confusion on Zhou Yun's face, Zhuge Gong explained, this was agreed upon by the 10 major powers of the central region and the 3 hidden powers, and it is also for the purpose of maintaining the peaceful development of the Shen-Tian cultivation world. Therefore, young Master Zhou need not worry, the western regions will not dare to launch a large-scale attack on the southern regions. The southern region has its own way of surviving, and the western region naturally has its own way of surviving. Although Zhuge Gong's explanation was vague, Zhou Yun roughly understood it. This convention is more of a formality and has probably never been truly implemented. It's more of a deterrent. But it's very useful. For example, in the western regions, as long as you develop within your own territory, no one will bother you whether you are refining human extreme pills or heavenly soul liquid. It's quite normal for them to occasionally come to the southern region to arrest a few people. However, you cannot forcefully occupy the southern region, as such an act might attract the attention of that idle cultivator who might suddenly appear and deliver a righteous blow. As long as things don't get too out of hand, this agreement doesn't have many restrictions. I was wrong before. Now, after Zhuge Gong's explanation, I suddenly understood. Wanbage must have known these things. So the news only said that the 3 great dynasties had fallen, rather than that the western regions launched a large-scale attack on the southern regions. Zhou Yun picked up the wine bottle, stood up, glanced at Zhuge Gong, and disappeared from the spot. Now that we've heard all the stories, when else would we leave? This old man has been thinking about his wine. However, it wasn't all for naught. He's now extremely interested in the western regions. This place is like hell. Let the arrival of my Pengyun merchant ship pierce a ray of light for you. He had already decided that after the journey to the mysterious whale abyss was over, his next journey would be to the western regions. Looking at the spot where Zhou Yun had disappeared, Zhuge Xiu looked regretfully at the empty wine glass. This wine is at least a 6th-tier spirit wine, it's really delicious. After savoring the lingering aroma of the wine in my mouth, I walked towards the redemption counter next door. He didn't enter the Pengyun merchant ship to chat with Zhou Yun. He was looking for hope for the rise of the Zhuge family. The appearance of Pengyun merchant ship made him feel more and more that this was the place guided by his ancestral teachings. Outside, inside the Cloud Chaser Palace, Emperor Zhou Yun, Yun Yu, stood respectfully to the side, his former imposing presence completely gone. Immediately dispatch all troops to search for the Pengyun Token. Turn the entire southern region upside down, inch by inch, and you must find the Pengyun Token for me, said Ancestor Zhou Yun with a serious expression. Below, Emperor Zhou Yun's expression was conflicted. Looking up at his ancestor with a pitiful expression, he explained in a low voice. Ancestor, the plan to find the Pengyun Token has never stopped, but it is just too difficult to find, and no one knows how many Pengyun Tokens there are. The news outside about the Pengyun Token is still stuck on the fact that a traitor from my Zhou Yun dynasty stole the Pengyun Token. Useless. Ancestor Zhou Yun scolded. His gaze turned icy cold as he looked at Emperor Zhou Yun. This made Yun Yu feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and a sense of fear arose in his heart, causing his body to tremble subconsciously. How could this be? Just now, the ancestor actually harbored murderous intent towards me, and he made no attempt to conceal it. Yun Yu's face was pale, and he was filled with fear. He quickly replied, "Don't worry, ancestor, I will immediately send troops out to search and we will definitely find the Pengyun Token." 3 months. You only have 3 months. If you can find the Pengyun Token, you'll still be the Cloud Chaser Emperor after 3 months. If you don't find it, the consequences. Ancestor Zhou Yun glanced coldly at Yun Yu, then disappeared from the palace. Yun Yu stood there blankly for a long time, his face full of confusion. Why? The way the ancestor looked at me at the end was like he was looking at a stranger. Suddenly, an idea popped into my head. If we're talking about any recent misfortunes the patriarch has encountered, it's that he was taken away by Buddhist cultivators from the western regions. Without time to think about anything else, he hurriedly ran outside. There is only one place where the answer can be found: Wanbage. He knew far too little about the western regions. Something must have happened that he doesn't know about. Meanwhile, the same scene was unfolding in Lanyu. Emperor Zhou Yun arrived at Wanbage in a panic, but the process went incredibly smoothly without any hindrance. Immediately, a self-deprecating bitter smile appeared on Yun Yu's face. If they can easily defeat even an ancestor, why would they care about a nobody like me? They've really been too comfortable in their position as the Cloud Chaser Emperor. After being invited to the top floor, Yun Yu finally met Elder Liao, the head of the Wanbao Pavilion in Zhuayun City. Greetings, Elder Liao. Yun Yu bowed respectfully and greeted him. Although he was a guest, the other party was, after all, a cultivator at the void refinement stage. Sit down. I thought you would come after seeing the latest issue of the Astrological Mysteries Report, Southern Region. I overestimated you. As soon as Yun Yu sat down, he asked somewhat awkwardly, "Does Elder Liao know why I've come?" Elder Liao nodded without speaking, and instead took out a jade slip. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, and you'll find out what you're looking for inside. Chapter 119: The Seed of Buddha. That's really expensive. Yun Yu clicked his tongue in amazement, but since it concerned the crisis of the Zhuayun dynasty and his own life, he could only obediently take out spirit stones to buy it. After receiving the spirit stone, a warm smile appeared on Elder Liao's face. He even had his servants pour Yun Yu some of the finest tea. Their attitudes were completely different before and after. Take your time reading it. If you have any questions after you finish reading it, feel free to ask me. Yun Yu knew Liao Lao quite well. He was an old man obsessed with money, fixated on it. However, he's not in the mood for tea right now. He hurriedly opened the jade slip and began to examine it. A moment later, Yun Yu slumped into the chair, his eyes filled with despair as he looked up. Only one voice echoed in his mind: the Cloud Chaser dynasty is finished. According to the information in the document, the ancestor has probably been controlled by that Western region Buddhist cultivator and is being controlled by an evil object called a Buddha seed. After being implanted with the Buddha seed, a cultivator's own thinking ability will slowly disappear, eventually turning them into a puppet who can only obey the other party's words. Logically speaking, the Buddha seed shouldn't have taken root and sprouted so quickly in just a few months. Moreover, his ancestor was a void refinement expert. Surely he had no ability to resist at all? Yun Yu looked up at Elder Liao with resentment. Why was the ancestor so easily controlled? And with his void refinement strength, how could he have been completely powerless to resist? Old Liao did not answer him. Instead, he wore a look of disdain on his face. He slowly picked up the teacup and began to drink it. Damn it! This attitude made Yun Yu curse inwardly. He directly pulled out 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones and slammed them on the table. Isn't it just about getting spirit stones? I'll smash you to death with a spirit stone. The spirit stone appeared for a moment, then disappeared the next. A smile returned to old Liao's face. Hey! What are you doing? Didn't I already tell you to ask me any time if you don't understand? After witnessing the other party's shamelessness once again, Yun Yu's lips twitched. On the surface, he still had to respectfully clasp his hands and say, "I hope Elder Liao can give me some guidance." Liao Lao knew exactly what the other party was thinking, but he didn't care, as long as the spirit stones were real. What guidance? Just some of my personal insights. Fortunately, although old Liao was greedy for money, he did answer questions seriously, which reassured Yun Yu a lot. You are still too unfamiliar with the western regions, or rather, the calamity that has befallen the southern regions is your retribution, Elder Liao said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Yun Yu was puzzled. Lao Tzu asked, "Why did my ancestor do this?" "You told me it was retribution." He was cursing under his breath, but he had to keep smiling on the surface. He asked in a low voice, "Is this related to the ancestors' affairs?" "No." Such a blunt answer made Yun Yu's fake smile crumble. Wasn't this old man bullying him? Liao Lao glanced at Yun Yu, a mocking smile playing on his lips. There is no direct relationship, but there is an indirect relationship. He stopped teasing the other party and maintained a good reputation for getting things done for money. Three great dynasties have joined forces to control the southern region, completely sealing it off, and are enjoying your cultivation life in peace and quiet. What you fear most is the emergence of someone who will overthrow your imperial rule. Yun Yu remained silent. Was this something he had done wrong? In order to maintain the imperial power, the three dynasties once agreed that Earth-level cultivation techniques must not be leaked out, and any geniuses who appeared would be killed immediately to eliminate any possible crisis. They have done a very good job over the years. If any martial arts techniques are found to have been leaked, the entire family will be wiped out immediately. If a genius with a special cultivation physique is discovered, their entire family will be wiped out immediately. This is why the southern region has enjoyed tens of thousands of years of peace. Seeing that the other party's expression did not change at all, old Liao shook his head slightly. He didn't think the three dynasties had done anything wrong, but he felt they had gone too far. He sighed softly. By sealing off the southern region, haven't you also sealed yourselves off inside? You are the emperor of Zhou Yun, the emperor of the Zhou Yun dynasty. Even you have to come to my Wanbao pavilion to ask about the western regions. This shows how shallow and ignorant the entire southern region is about the outside world. What is the Buddha seed? If you ask your ancestor why he didn't resist, you need to know it yourself. Your ancestor and that Lon Yu are both pigs. Buddha seed. Is that something that can be easily planted by anyone? Boom. A muffled thunderclap exploded in her mind, and Yunyue stared blankly ahead. Old Liao is right. This is retribution for the Zhou Yun dynasty. The Zhou Yun dynasty has a teleportation array leading to the outer realms, but the requirements for its use are extremely strict, so it is rarely used. They even secretly interfered with the teleportation array of Wanbage. Although it is not possible to explicitly demand that Wanbage prohibit sending people from the southern region out, every cultivator who can pass through the legend array has undergone strict screening by the imperial dynasty. As the emperor of chasing clouds, he never went out even once. Because he was afraid of death, he believed that as long as he stayed in the Zhou Yun dynasty, he would be safe and could control the entire Zhou Yun dynasty. He knew nothing about the situation in the outer regions and had no information about the Buddhist monks in the western regions. I only learned about the Buddha seed today after purchasing information from Wanbage. Yun Yu snapped out of his daze and asked anxiously, "Didn't the information say that the Buddha seed would take a very long time to take root and sprout? It could take several years or even more than 10 years. Why did our ancestor lose his self-awareness so quickly?" Old Liao picked up his teacup and leisurely sipped his tea, not even glancing at Yun Yu this time. "I've said so much that I've made his throat dry." Enraged, Yun Yu offered 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon seeing Elder Liao, he merely glanced at him sideways without making any further moves. Damn old man. He took out another 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and the spirit stones disappeared the next moment. Seeing that the other party accepted the spirit stones, Yun Yu actually breathed a sigh of relief. This means that the other party's requirements have been met. Buddha seed is just a seed. Buddhist cultivators have many secret techniques to accelerate the growth of the seed. As for the time in the information, that is the time of the normal result. Old Liao glanced at Yun Yu and said slowly, "The Western region Buddhist cultivator isn't after the fruit now. He's asking you, the Chasing Cloud dynasty, to help him find the Pengyun Token. Naturally, the secret technique he used on your ancestor is much more brutal. The consequence of this is that the final result is of extremely poor quality." Yun Yu was furious. Fruit. fruit. His ancestor was a person, so what kind of place is this Western regions, that it has such cruel secret techniques? Is there any hope for my ancestor? Yun Yu's eyes held a pleading look. He wanted a definite answer. Old Liao turned his head away, pretending not to see. This time, Yun Yu didn't hesitate and directly took out 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Elder Liao quickly put away the spirit stones and uttered 2 words. No. Chapter 120 Mystery. You fucking give me back my spirit stones. Yun Yu cursed inwardly. That old bastard, he still dared to take his spirit stones even when he had no other choice. He's really shameless. Isn't it just because he has the strength of the void refinement stage that he bullies me because I dare not fight back? However, since Elder Liao had accepted the spirit stones, he would naturally dismiss the other party with such simple words. They've done a great job in maintaining their reputation. He explained slowly. Normally, as long as a Buddha seed hasn't reached the fruition stage, the practitioner can use secret methods to extract it. However, your ancestor's situation is rather special. Old Liao looked at Yun Yu with pity. Your ancestor's Buddha seed was not growing normally to begin with, and it has already damaged his original Tao foundation. Even if it were pulled out, he would probably be a cripple. Moreover, does your Zhou Yun dynasty have the ability to ask that Buddhist cultivator to take action? No. After hearing what Elder Liao said, Yun Yu was utterly desperate. The ancestor is doomed. The Zhou Yun dynasty is finished. He stood up in a daze and staggered outside. Inside the Pengyun merchant ship. After hearing the story, Zhou Yun went to find Uncle Zhou. Some things have finally settled down, and I can tell Uncle Zhou now, putting his mind at ease. By the lake, Uncle Zhou was feeding the koi in the lake. A group of colorful koi swam around, creating a rather spectacular sight. They consume auction points for their livelihood, so theoretically they don't need to be fed. Perhaps Uncle Zhou found something useful in the warehouse, but Zhou Yun didn't pay much attention to it. These guys have already been enhanced once. Previously, they were just ordinary ornamental fish. After the cooldown period, Zhou Yun could try to strengthen them again. Who knows, after repeated strengthening, these koi fish might even have a chance to transform into dragons. Upon seeing Zhou Yun arrive, Uncle Zhou immediately put down what he was doing. He greeted him with a smile and asked, "Young master, is your cultivation finished?" As he spoke, he took out a table and chairs from his storage ring and placed them next to him. After the two were seated, Uncle Zhou skillfully began to brew tea. Looking at the pale blue lake in front of him, Zhou Yun took out the latest issue of the newspaper and pushed it in front of Uncle Zhou. He didn't say anything unnecessary. He believed Uncle Zhou would understand after reading it. Uncle Zhou glanced at it with a puzzled look, and when he saw the title above, he paused in his hand movements. However, instead of picking it up to check it immediately, he continued to brew the tea. A moment later, Uncle Zhou handed the tea to Zhou Yun. "Young master, please." After Zhou Yun accepted the tea, he quickly picked up the newspaper and began to read it. I picked up the teacup and inhaled the refreshing aroma of the tea. Zhou Yun sighed inwardly. It seems Uncle Zhou isn't as calm as he appears. The aroma of this tea is mixed with some distracting thoughts. It lacks the purity of tea as it used to be. However, Zhou Yun didn't care. This is also a unique experience. Sipping tea while taking a moment to reflect on Uncle Zhou's life. Zhou Yun drank this cup of tea for a long time. With each sip, he would close his eyes and savor it for a long time, the aroma of the tea spreading in his mouth, occasionally revealing a sense of joy, sorrow, or tranquility. Complex emotions blurred through Zhou Yun's mind. When he opened his eyes again, Uncle Zhou's face was already covered in tears. While wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he also revealed a joyful smile. Looking at Uncle Zhou at this moment, Zhou Yun couldn't help but show a faint smile. The first person I saw when I opened my eyes after I came into this world was Uncle Zhou, and Uncle Zhou has always been by my side, taking care of my daily life. In Zhou Yun's heart, Uncle Zhou was already the person he trusted most and who was irreplaceable. To fulfill his wish, to do something for him, to make him happy. Zhou Yun still felt these things were quite important. Seeing Zhou Yun looking at him, Uncle Zhou said with a choked voice, "I'm sorry, young master." "It's okay, I told you before. A merchant's life is worthless, but a merchant's money can buy his life." The vast Tianke dynasty was destroyed with ease. Uncle Zhou laughed and said, "Young master is indeed capable and talented." The two chatted for a long time before parting ways. Zhou Yun gazed at the lake in front of him and said in a low voice, "Uncle Zhou, after we finish our trip to the mysterious whale abyss, let's go and bring father to the Pengyun merchant ship. Let's find him a beautiful place here." "Yes, young master." At this moment, Uncle Zhou burst into tears of joy once again. Zhou Yun patted Uncle Zhou on the shoulder and then disappeared from the spot. He admitted that his emotions were influenced by Uncle Zhou, and that love really can extend. He had never even seen his own father in person, so naturally he couldn't say he had any deep feelings for him. For Zhou Yun, Zhou Depeng is more like a person who lives in his memory. However, in her interactions with Uncle Zhou, she projected the respect and affection she felt for him onto the person from her memories. In the past, he was more concerned with himself and how to develop Pengyun merchant ship, never seriously considering the feelings of those around him. It's likely that Uncle Zhou has been thinking about this issue a lot of times. Uncle Zhou was just too respectful of himself to voice his true thoughts. Back in my room, I calmed my chaotic thoughts. I opened the background messages. Zhuge Gong is the first nascent soul cultivator to arrive on the Pengyun merchant ship. I wonder what kind of treasure he will bring out. After taking a few glances, Zhou Yun became somewhat interested. There are so many things related to divination. Could it be that the Zhuge family is one of the few families in the cultivation world that can predict the secrets of heaven? However, Zhou Yun first enhanced the ordinary items. He left behind a high-grade Shen-level cultivation manual, which was a method he had previously considered. Some exercises with clear classifications will have a copy kept. If we copy more of these techniques, we will never lack them again. Moreover, he could see from the back end that items related to the mysterious technique were worth roughly 3 times the Pengyun points of similar level items when exchanged. It seems that, according to the system's assessment, these items are still quite valuable. The book he left behind, The Essential Techniques of the 3 Transformations of Mystery, is the most valuable, and after a rough understanding of it, Zhou Yun also felt that using it as the original for strengthening was a good choice. Because it has a wide coverage area. It encompasses a great deal of esoteric knowledge, and although it is relatively basic, it explains most of the esoteric arts thoroughly. The book, The Essential Techniques of the 3 Transformations of Mystery, explains that the art of mystery is roughly divided into 3 levels. Human plate, used to determine good or bad fortune. Territory, finding objects and exploring spirits. The heavenly plate, it allows one to glimpse the secrets of heaven. However, Zhou Yun discovered an interesting statement at the very end. When combined with astrology, the celestial sphere can reveal the grand trends of heaven and earth, and allow one to witness the flow of celestial secrets. The Astrological Mysteries Report, Astrology, Esoteric Arts. Zhou Yun had previously thought it was just the name of a newspaper, but now he felt that it might not be so. Moreover, after gaining a rough understanding of these 2 divination techniques, Zhou Yun felt that they were essentially one. The stars are the chess pieces, and the mysteries are the board.